for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. It is Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. It is exactly 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty Creator, we give you thanks for this day, for your grace and for your mercy. We pray now your peace and your power upon these, your people gathered. Remind us, Lord, that earth has no sorrow, that heaven cannot heal. We pray now for peace. We pray now for our leaders. Give them your wisdom and your guidance. It is your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 230692, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Commissioner Hall has requested to remove an item for separate consideration on page 2, 230696, Finance, ratification of September 2023 Grants Activity Report.
Anything else?
I would like to pull 23-0693 on page 2 for our meeting calendar.
So noted.
Anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Come on, guys, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, the buttons aren't, the computer's
All
not
right,
working.
motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Let's vote, please. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It's approved. Now, is this working or not working?
Nikki.
What?
There's no buttons to,
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
yeah.
Consent agenda is approved with those two amendments.
On page 4, recess meeting agenda, 230706, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's recess meeting agenda. On page 4, 230708, Commissioner Hall has requested to remove her proclamation recognizing Young Dro Appreciation Day. On page 7, 230720, Finance, request approval of resolution authorizing the execution of a First Amendment to an installment sales agreement approved in 2019. This item is revised to include an amended document, Exhibit A, with the final interest rate of 3.07%. On page 8, 230683, Arts and Culture. Request approval of a resolution approving a sponsorship agreement template. This item was revised to include an amended resolution. On page 10, 230731, presentation, Invest Atlanta update on tax allocation districts. This item has been requested to be heard after public hearings. An item to be removed from today's recess meeting agenda on page 10, 230730, Commissioners Hall's appointment to the Fulton Atlanta Land Bank Authority.
Anything else?
Yes, oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Ellis was in the queue before I was.
Y'all gonna let me preside?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm letting you preside, Chairman. Please
Vice Chair
forgive me.
Ellis.
I'd like to request that item 230732, which is at the bottom of page 10, a discussion on the follow-up on $5.3 million emergency funding approved for the Sheriff's Department at the April 19, 2023 meeting, that be moved up and heard after the public hearings.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I'm just so happy to be here and excited. Sometimes I can't contain myself, so please forgive me. I want to take a point of personal privilege. 2 items. One of the Fulton County Citizens Commission on the Environmental Awardees is here this morning, and I did not present her proclamation to her. I would like it at the end of the proclamations to be able to recognize her with her proclamation. And also Dr. Paxton will be speaking after the public comments, but at the beginning of the actual BOC meeting. So I'm asking if my colleagues would support me in allowing her. She has a very heavy schedule, but it's a very serious statement that she would like to make.
Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for today as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. It is seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230707, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, September 18th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, October 4th, 2023.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230708, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Friends of the Library Appreciation Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
We have 5. Is that correct? We have 5 proclamations? All right, let's go. All right, it is 10:08. First proclamation. All right, let's sound the proclamation. Let's go. You did? Yeah.
First proclamation is recognizing Friends of the Library Appreciation Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
I'll read it. I'm excited to read this because you know what? I got the best friends of the library in my district. So,
Exactly.
and I do definitely want to recognize all our friends of the library. They make such a huge difference. And I think we've no doubt have the best library system in Fulton County, and they play an integral part in helping make it so. So, without further ado, whereas the Fulton County Library System's Friends of the Library volunteer program is a unique opportunity for citizens to contribute their time and expertise to enhance the services of Fulton County and the library system, growing from a few dozen volunteers in 1989 when it first began to over 3,500 Friends volunteers. That's probably bigger than some counties we've got in this state. And whereas the Fulton County Library System Friends volunteers play a vital role in advocating for library services, collecting, sorting, organizing, and selling thousands of donated books at book sales and bookstores across the county, hosting fundraisers, funding and sponsoring library programs, returning materials to the shelves, and more. And whereas the Fulton County Library System acknowledged 316 Friends volunteers during National Friends of Libraries Week 2023, including Friends volunteers celebrating as many as 30 years of service to the library system. Tremendous dedication, and countless other volunteers who've served thousands of hours throughout the years. And whereas there are currently 18 Friends of the Library groups throughout Fulton County that provide significant support to the library system by contributing over 719 lifetime volunteer hours, as well as funds to enhance the important programs and services of the Fulton County Library System. And whereas Library Friends volunteers have given selflessly of their time and talents to the Fulton County Library System, donating 14,683 hours in 2023, providing services worth $406,132, and bringing the Friends volunteers' lifetime totals to 3,500 volunteers who have served a remarkable 719 volunteer hours in county. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes the accomplishments and dedication of the individuals who donate their services to the Fulton County Library System, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 18, 2023, as Fulton County Library System Friends of the Libraries Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a huge hand.
Thank you so much to the Vice Chair and all of the commissioners for supporting our libraries. Marcy Myers and myself are honored to work with our Friends groups. These are volunteers that are age 5 to 90. They work in the heat of the summer, the cold of the winter, sorting books and getting it into people's hands. We are so incredibly indebted to these volunteers, and we are honored to celebrate them this week. Friendship is defined as unconditional love, and these volunteers have unconditional love for books, for learning, and for libraries. It is our honor to recognize them, and thank you so much to the county for recognizing them today. Thank you.
Come back, dear.
There's nothing you want to change about it. It's good. I figured you'd have to shorten it.
The next proclamation is recognizing Clean Water Week, sponsored by Vice Chairman Ellis with full board support.
All right, let's get all our folks from Public Works to come down here and join us. Yeah. Great looking team right here. All right. We are so grateful to have this dedicated team up here with us and the opportunity to provide a small amount of recognition to them today for their truly dedicated service to the citizens of Fulton County. With that, I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas Clean Water Week celebrates the anniversary of the Clean Water Act and is a week-long reminder of the many ways Public Works demonstrates its commitment to providing safe and reliable collection and treatment of wastewater for discharge to improve our environment and communities. And whereas Public Works is committed to improving and maintaining the quality of its water and wastewater system through daily activities that are vital to the integrity of the system, including the installation, repair, and maintenance of the water and wastewater systems, monitoring security, and implementing emergency response plans when needed, while also educating customers. And whereas Public Works effectively and systematically evaluates water and wastewater needs for more than 111,700 existing customers to ensure and actively manages and renews its assets and human resources with an $86.9 million annual operating budget and a projected $53.1 million capital improvement program in 2024. through the use of innovative technologies and utilities management systems to efficiently serve water and sewer customers. And whereas the Fulton County Department of Public Works is considered one of the most premier agencies in the state of Georgia and have dedicated staff and facilities that are consistently award-winning. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County commends the Division of Water Resources for its continued dedication and public service, and hereby proclaim the week of October 15 through 2023 as Clean Water Week in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a huge hand. And with that, I'd like to recognize our Director of Public Works, David Clark, to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm David Clark. I'm the Director of Public Works, and it's certainly my honor to represent all the fine men and women here who serve the Fulton County residents on a day-in, day-out basis, truly 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and also certainly appreciate the support that the Board of Commissioners have given us in the past, not only in funding, but also in just the way that we operate our facilities. We're not always perfect, and we certainly strive to be, but whenever something does go wrong, it's these men and women to my right and left that really make it work. And so for that, I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Anybody else speaking?
It's the beginning of the meeting, so that means beginning of public comment.
The next proclamation is recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman with full board support.
Yeah, it's working, okay. Can I get Dr. Roxbury Phillips Reed and the commissioner? Please come forward. And I'm going to go a little bit off script, and please, just if you feel inclined, if we have any breast cancer survivors or those that would like to stand for anyone with us, we'll be more than happy for you to stand with us. Okay. Whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths for women in the United States and Georgia, and each year in the United States, about 245,000 cases of breast cancer are diagnosed in women and about 2,200 in men, thus causing about 41,000 deaths among women and 460 deaths among men. And whereas the Fulton County Board of Health, Breast and Cervical Cancer Prevention Program, through funding from the Georgia Department of Public Health, provides breast cancer screenings, diagnostic services, and referrals to treatment as medically indicated to help reduce the impact of breast cancer on uninsured women, residing in Fulton County, and whereas Dr. Roxbert Phillips Reed is a native of Georgia and the founder of Sisters by Choice, a multifaceted organization that provides services for uninsured and underserved women and men, and whereas Dr. Phillips Reed is a general surgeon and fellow of the American College of Surgeons specializing in breast surgery, and whereas Dr. Phillips Reed saw the need for programs that would increase public knowledge and awareness of breast cancer to reduce the mortality and morbidity of the disease. And as a personal note, I and member of my families have been a part of coming to her office. She has her entire staff has such a guardian heart of service. And I just want to personally thank her for all the work that she's done and all of the staff that they have done in and outside the state of Georgia. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners hereby commends the Fulton County Board of Health Breast and Cervical Cancer Prevention Program, community medical providers, and community partners like Dr. Roxbert Phillips Reed, who dedicate their lives to fighting for a world without breast cancer, and does hereby proclaim October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you please put your hands together? Doctor, I know you're very humble, but would you please say a few words?
It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here to accept this award, and I really and truly want to thank the Fulton County Commissioner. You guys have been supporting me from day one, and I really and truly appreciate it. If we look at where we are with breast cancer continues to have a major impact on our society. I don't think anyone here can say that breast cancer has not impacted your life. It may have been a friend, a family member, a church member. Breast cancer impacts all of our lives. It does not discriminate. It impacts the old, the young, the rich, the poor. All of us have had an impact of breast cancer on our lives. And as we look at what we've done, we as scientists and doctors over the past decades, we have had a lot of success in treating this disease. How we treat breast cancer, say now, compared to 10 years ago, or even 2 years ago, is different, because we're constantly learning new ways to treat this disease, new, better ways, trying to get better outcomes. As you heard the statistics, yeah, the American Cancer Society estimated over 300,000 women this year in the United States will be diagnosed with breast cancer. And unfortunately, almost 50,000 will die of breast cancer. We are in a society that really and truly need to pay close attention to the little things. And what are the little things? We know that mammograms saves lives. There are so many women in our society who do not get their mammograms. And it's not mammograms every once in a while. It's annual mammograms that give you the best chance, if you are going to get breast cancer, you will diagnose it at an early stage, which the cure rate is over 90%. We are at the stage in our society that we should be able to prevent women from dying of this disease. So please, embrace mammograms. Do your mammograms. Turn to your neighbor. I guarantee you there's someone in here who said, I'm not going to get a mammogram. Mammogram saves lives. Sisters by Choice have a mobile unit where we go into the community and serve women who do not have insurance. We provide mammograms, breast exams, sonograms, biopsies. We help these ladies get in systems where if they're diagnosed with breast cancer, they will be treated. Women in Georgia are treated once diagnosed. So please, early detection is your best defense against this disease. So embrace it, go out and embrace your loved ones, and make sure they're doing their mammograms. Once again, I want to thank the board, the commissioner for bestowing upon me this proclamation. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
This is the item on, not, 10.9 million dollars item, and, you all medical. You live up north, so you'll be used to it.
I don't see names.
Madam Clerk, sound the next proclamation.
The next proclamation is recognizing Stand with Israel Day, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne and Vice Chair Ellis.
So, as we're all aware, what happened that day was shocking. The images, the videos, the constant terror that exists in the Middle East. For me, as a parent, as I saw babies killed, beheaded, I saw images of concert goers, my kids' age. I have 4 kids who go to concerts like that all the time. Moments of joy turned into moments of terror. Women stripped, dragged through the streets. Elderly killed in their safe houses or their safe rooms in their houses. How can that be in a world that we live in today? For me, I've always wanted to bring us together. I want us to be united. But the acts that I saw on that day were pure evil. And we cannot stand with evil. So, as a Christian with my faith, I've read how this has been prophesied thousands of years ago, that Israel will be this tiny country that will be constantly under attack. But it's God's chosen land. And I do believe in Genesis 12:3 that those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse will be cursed. So I hope today that we can all come together and stand with Israel. And that gives me this honor to give this proclamation. Whereas on October 7, 2023, Hamas terrorists launched a coordinated, unprovoked attack on Israel from the Gaza Strip. And whereas Hamas has fired thousands of rockets towards Israel's major population centers, breached Israel's borders, infiltrated Israeli communities, and kidnapped at least 199 civilians from numerous nations, killed more than 1,400 Israelis, and wounded over 1,000 more. And whereas many American lives have been taken at the hands of Hamas, and whereas this is the most significant attack on Israel since Yom Kippur War, which was launched 50 years ago, nearly to the day, and whereas more than 300,000 reserve soldiers were called to defend the state of Israel, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared that Israel was at war to defend itself. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners stands in solidarity with the state of Israel and condemns this unprovoked attack by Hamas militants against Israel and its citizens, and supports Israel's right to defend itself and protect its citizens from indiscriminate violence and terrorism, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 18, 2023, as Stand with Israel Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Thorne, for this important proclamation. As was mentioned, on October 7th, the Hamas terrorist organization slaughtered Israeli civilians, kidnapped babies, mothers, Holocaust survivors, and abducted them into the Gaza Strip, where we await word of their safety and of their security. The solidarity that we have experienced in the Atlanta community has been tremendous for us. This is not a war against the Palestinian people. This is a war against a terrorist organization that slaughters their own, that fires rockets that land next to hospitals, that kills their own innocent civilians. We are grateful for the support that we are experiencing today at the Fulton County Commission and to all of the elected officials in the state of Georgia. The Jewish community is on edge at this time. A synagogue was firebombed, and we condemn the death of a young Palestinian boy who was murdered because of the attacks that took place. We, the Jewish community, stand against Islamophobia, against hate, against anti-Semitism, and we, the Jewish community, stand with Israel. Thank you.
Wait a minute. I stand here with my fellow commissioner, Dana Barrett. Dana Barrett is the first that I know of Jewish commissioner of Fulton County, Jewish woman, rather. I stand in solidarity with her because the Jewish community and the Islamic community have worked together for peace, and we will continue to work together for peace. I take great pride in being the sole Muslim representative on the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, while Commissioner Barrett is the only Jewish commissioner. We stand together in complete agreement that we recognize the utmost significance of dialogue, understanding, and compromising in resolving conflicts and fostering lasting peace. We share the concerns expressed by our fellow commissioners regarding the loss of innocent lives and unequivocally condemn any action that perpetrate violence and threaten the security and well-being of any individuals, any communities. I will turn it over to my colleague now.
Thank you, Commissioner Abdurrahman. As you mentioned, we have worked together well on numerous issues, and we continue to have an open dialogue on this ongoing war in Israel. As you said, I stand with you in asking for restraint on both sides. I certainly condemn the attacks by a militant group that were targeted at civilians, but I recognize that these attacks were carried out by Hamas, a military group that is not supported by a majority of Palestinian people. And to that end, I condemn the killing and mistreatment of all civilians, and my heart goes out to those who are mourning, those who are injured, and those who are fearing for their lives. Again, I pray for restraint on all sides and renewed effort toward peace in the region. Here in Fulton County, I ask that we continue to stand together against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and bigotry of any kind. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know.
All right, Madam Clerk. Sound the last proclamation, please.
The next proclamation is recognizing Georgia Works Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Will the members from Georgia Works come on down, and anyone who works with the homeless, Thank you. Come on down. Thank you. It is definitely an honor and a pleasure to present this proclamation, having been introduced to Georgia Works through Kim Bray, who I call the homeless whisperer, because he is known to be able to go under the bridges and anywhere where there are homeless, and he has a way of actually speaking to them with dignity and respect, and to get them to come from their circumstances and get the help that they need, and providing the services through Georgia Works to help them have a better life. And so the proclamation reads, whereas Georgia Works Incorporated is a nonprofit 501c3 organization established in 2013 to assist homeless men with a holistic approach in their transition from homelessness into fully functioning, self-sufficient members of society. And whereas since 2013, Georgia Works has helped over 1,000 men in graduating the program on their road to self-sufficiency and referred thousands of others to programs and resources that provide support services. And whereas Georgia Works advocates on local, state, federal levels to improve education, awareness, and activism for homeless men, women, and families. And whereas Georgia Works continues to provide comprehensive life management services in the areas of therapy, mental health, counseling, recovery, and addiction counseling, financial literacy, housing support, case management, medical support, and family counseling, job training, job development, and job placement in a residential setting. And whereas Georgia Works partners with many of organizations in the state of Georgia and beyond to help meet these objectives with emphasis on job placement, recovery services, workforce development, life skills workshops, and support services to help others in their efforts to thrive economically and operationally. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Georgia Works for their impactful work they do to ensure that all Georgians have an opportunity to work, live, and thrive in society, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 18th, 2023, as Georgia Works Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you for all that you do to bring people back to success in their life.
Thank you very much for the honor. Commissioner Hall, had the pleasure to meet about 2 months ago at a meet and greet elected officials event. And she made it very clear that her office and her services and her support are readily available. So we reached out, and they reached out, did their homework, and offered us this great honor. So we're happy to be here. The work that we're doing, we just mentioned the events going on in Israel with Hamas. We have a war here on our streets with people that do not have housing, mental health issues, as she spoke of, recovery issues. So we have our hands full. We have a lot of work to do. And thankfully, over the past 10 years, we have been able to make some progress. But we need your help. We need your support. It's my belief and our belief that each person that's out here that is on the street that's hopeless deserves the very best of what we can do to help them get back into society. We take that very seriously in terms of what we do. We are a holistic program. However, we're not able to help and save everyone. So we need to continue in our next decade and beyond to continue to grow in the work that we're doing. Happy to say that we're moving. We're currently in the Gateway Center. We'll be moving next year to historic Auburn Avenue, down the street from the Martin Luther King Center. We'll have our own building, and that'll allow us to continue to expand the work that we're doing. This wouldn't be possible without the founder, Bill McGann, who put this together 10 years ago. So I want to acknowledge him. Our current chairman, Mr. Chip Patterson, and his vision, our CEO, Ms. Darlene Schultz, who humbly stepped back today so that we, some of the frontline men, could accept this honor. Mr. Kim Bray, one of our addiction counselors, Mr. Kevin Strong, a man of God and an active case manager, and Albert Sims, lead case manager, Dolphus Chandler, one of our 10-year members. He was one of the first graduates 10 years ago, and he's now a compliance officer. So the stories are great. And I am one of those 1,000 graduates. So you look at me, you see someone who was homeless. I now run the operation for Georgia Works, and we have a staff of about 30% of graduates of the program. So the program does work, and we thank you all for this great honor today.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
We have one more proclamation. I will not do the time. I will not, I will cut it down, but I did want to take personal privilege to bring down Nina Moshefi, and also my other environmental warrior in the green right there. You come down as well. Fulton County Citizens Commission on the Environment had a breakfast this morning. And the reason I wanted to take privilege, Edith Latipo, I'm gonna give you are the queen of the environment, especially in South Fulton. So I'm gonna give you a chance to get down here and join us because of all the work that you've done. You can come over here and stand on this side. The reason I thought it was very important that I not only recognize her, but show how when government works and commissioners work together, we can get things done. This particular organization is in Fulton County, but it is in Commissioner Thorne's district. Nina Moshefi with the MTO Shah Makshudi Islamic school, Sufism School actually serves the entire Fulton County. They have planted several thousands of trees in the community. They have come out and given food, sanitary kits. They have came out and mentored homeless children in hotels in South Fulton County. I don't know that Nina and I would have met in personal circles, but for her to be in one end of the county and for me to be in the other, and to see all the work that her organization has done, I wanted to recognize her today. Whereas the Fulton County Citizens Commission on the Environment has been empowered by the Board of Commissioners to advise and to identify development projects, community organizations, and individuals in Fulton County that advocate and exemplify environmentally sound practices, whereas MTO Shah Makshudi is committed to reducing waste, including food waste and general waste, and continues to roll out food waste reduction, plastic recycling programs, and refuses to purchase items with lots of packaging. Whereas MTO is helping their community to move away from an economy that is reliant on fossil fuels and that is creating drastic changes to our climate by investing in clean and more efficient sources of energy, including solar and wind. And whereas MTO is accelerating their innovation to meet the needs of people in water-scarce regions while continuing to reduce water use in the agriculture. And whereas MTO is working with local farmers to drive up social and environmental standards in the supply of agricultural materials by sourcing agricultural raw materials sustainably. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the environmental contributions of MTO Shaw McShooty and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 18, 2023 as MTO Shaw McShooty Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you please put your hands together for this wonderful organization that serves all of Fulton County?
I'm so humbled and I am so privileged to be here today. Thank you to all the commissioners. This really means a lot to MTO Shah Mahsoudi School of Islamic Sufism volunteers here in Atlanta. It's a village, as you always say. We have numerous volunteers who come together to make these events and efforts make them possible. And it actually is so inspiring to see that the hearts and the souls that we've been touching through these efforts is actually coming to fruition. And we look forward to all the future collaborations and opportunities. Thank you very much, and I am very thankful. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk. All right, it's 10:46 a.m. Madam Clerk.
On page 5, public hearings. 230709, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing, registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, will start with speakers in Assembly Hall. We have received 19 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Satya Betty, Gerald Green, Basil Jupiter, Josh Taylor, and Jasmine Williams.
All right, those are the first 5. Now, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I'm going to take a point of personal privilege here and allow Dr. Paxton with the Fulton County Board of Health. My office received quite a bit of calls, and there was a message that was relayed out from the Fulton County Board of Health. I have since found out that Dr. Paxton was not aware of it, was in Berlin at a conference. And I appreciate her showing up this morning, because that's what leaders do, to offer not only insight, but an apology, because it was not vetted. It should not have been sent out. And we're going to turn it over to her for her to make a few statements before we go to everybody else. So if you all would just bear with me momentarily. Dr. Paxton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate this opportunity to come. And I'm here to personally apologize for the messaging that was sent out by Fulton County Board of Health on Friday the 13th. In an effort to echo the call by law enforcement authorities to be mindful of heightened international tensions in the Middle East, followers of Islam were characterized in an unflattering light. That message perpetuated negative stereotypes, was offensive, and was sent out to Fulton County Board of Health staff without proper vetting. I personally find this very upsetting, as the Fulton County Board of Health has worked hard, very hard, to foster an environment of compassion and inclusion for all of the people who work for us and for all of the public we serve. This effort to inform staff and request vigilance on their part fell horribly flat, and for that we take responsibility. We have taken internal measures to provide greater scrutiny of any messaging that goes out in the future. Also, we have reached out to employees, letting them know that that messaging is not indicative of Fulton County Board of Health policy or beliefs. We must ensure that any unfair profiling of any groups of people on any basis never happens for any reason. To that end, I have directed our Human Resources Department to implement sensitivity and diversity training as soon as possible. Let me make this abundantly clear. We will ensure that something like this will not happen again.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Paxton.
Thank you, Dr. Paxton.
All right, first 5 speakers, come on up, please. The first, call the names again, Madam Clerk. And speakers, when you have 15 seconds left, I'll say 15 seconds. That's your clue to conclude your remarks. We have 19 speakers, which will take us over the 30 minutes, but we'll try to accommodate you. Come on up, ma'am.
My name is Satya. I'm an organizer with the PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the Stand with Israel Day proclamation brought forward by Thorne and Ellis. All people of conscience in the United States should in fact refuse to stand with Israel. It is outrageous that you commissioners would bring forward a proclamation in support of a racist apartheid state that is committing genocide in Gaza and has declared the indigenous Palestinian people as human animals. Gaza is an open-air prison, a concentration camp, a ghetto surrounded by the Israeli military, created for 2 million Palestinians who today face a total blockade, completely cut off from food, clean water, electricity, and medicine. And for the past 11 days, the racist Israeli state has been ruthlessly bombing Gaza and is refusing a ceasefire. Thousands of Palestinians have been killed, over 1,000 of them being children. Entire families have been terminated. Hundreds of people are stuck under the rubble of bombed buildings. And yesterday morning, in a horrific display of racist brutality, the Israeli military bombed a Gaza hospital, killing over 500 people. On October 12, Israel warned 1.1 million Palestinians to leave their homes and evacuate to South Gaza in 24 hours and then bombed parts of South Gaza. It is clear to the whole world that the apartheid state of Israel is carrying out a total extermination campaign, deliberately targeting all civilian infrastructure in Gaza. We charge the apartheid Israel state and the United States government with genocide. You are complicit in Israel's war crimes. We demand that all local governments and federal government immediately cut all ties with apartheid Israel. We demand that you divest from Israel and that the United States immediately end all aid to Israel. This proclamation is actually a defense of apartheid and genocide.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Miss, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Captain Shealy. Where is Captain Shealy? Yeah. All right. Next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Gerald Green with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Today I'm here to talk about how, how there is how the Fulton County Jail is going to be shipping people from the Fulton County Jail to places in South Georgia and the rest of the South. Yeah. Sorry.
Next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hello, y'all. My name is Basil Jupiter with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I am here to speak out against the fact that $5.4 million have been wasted have been wasted on a failing jail. $2 million have been wasted on wristbands that are supposed to monitor people's health, yet 10 people have died this year alone due to the negligence of the mass incarceration system as a whole, due to the abuse of the mass incarceration system as a whole. Just as there's genocide happening in Gaza right now, there's genocide happening to our brothers and sisters against the black community right here in Atlanta, and all of you are responsible for it. Sheriff Labatt is responsible for it. Y'all gave, after a man was eaten alive by bed bugs on Sheriff Labatt's watch, you gave this man who has blood on his hands $5.4 million. That is a crime. That is a shame. That is a catastrophe on our community. And the fact that y'all can say that you stand with Israel is a shame, but it's not hypocritical since y'all are carrying out that same genocide here at home. Here at home. And the fact that this is worldwide, this is a policy choice. Nationwide, this is a policy choice. 500%. There's been a 500% increase of mass incarceration over the last 30 years. There is an overcrowding problem due to cash bail, where the fact that you have a system, cash bail, where people since people cannot afford bail, they have to stay in jail where they might die. The people that have died, many of which have not seen a judge,
15 seconds.
Should not be a death sentence. Lastly, I say that the real criminals are the capitalists, the real criminals are the warmongers, the real criminals are people like Patrick Labatt, and when the people have control, they will be in jail, and people will not have to suffer, just because they're in poverty.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Joss Taylor Olson. I am an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And let me hit you with some numbers. Over 400,000 people in this country are currently being held pretrial nationwide. They've never been convicted of a crime. Many of them are in conditions just like you see here in Fulton County Jail, where to this date, 10 people have died this year. You don't deserve to be held in conditions like that, even if you have been convicted. The fiscal year 2023 budget proposed for Georgia's Department of Corrections was $1.32 billion, $25.7 million of it's going to open a new women's prison. We spend $1 billion and change on prison annually in this state. This, over a decade on from when the governor turned down a Medicare expansion, would have cost $400 million over a decade to ensure every man, woman, and child in this state. This is how our capitalist ruling class spends its money, on incarceration and on repression, rather than on investing in the root causes of people's suffering. Should we throw another $5 million plus at a system that lets people languish in Fulton County Jail's conditions? And on the subject of the Stand With Israel proclamation today, I want to say that this system that criminalizes black and brown people and lets them rot for lack of ability to pay is the same system that teaches APD and other departments its tactics. It's a capitalist system that exploits certain people around the world for their labor and uses Gaza as a laboratory for the very repressive tactics that we use on our marginalized people here at home. It's a travesty that anybody standing with this nakedly genocidal apartheid state. It's a travesty that anybody standing with the Zionist project that's a project of apartheid and of oppression and of settlement that goes back all the way to the Balfour Declaration in 1917, even before the Nakba in 1948. It is a system of ethnic cleansing that has persisted for over
15
a century
seconds.
and that we must reject. I yield my time.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Williams, and I am an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm here to oppose a new jail being built and to urge the ending of cash bail. It's a shame what Fulton County and Sheriff Patrick Labatt, it's a shame that they rolled out the red carpet for Donald Trump down at Rice Street while working class people are dying in Fulton County Jail. People being eaten alive by bed bugs before they've even seen or smelt a judge. The majority of the overcrowding can be solved by ending cash bail. People who are so-called innocent until proven guilty are being sentenced to death because they can't afford bail. The best that the Fulton County Commission can do for the people of Atlanta is to take that $4.5 million, that $2 million, and invest it in housing, medical facilities, food, and education. I had the privilege of painting a mural just up the street, and the people could see themselves in the work that I make. They can see, I saw the dignity that was emboldened into them as they took in the artwork. And I urge you all to think about how we deserve dignity, how we deserve a life, how we deserve food, housing, education, versus being brutalized by the police state. And yeah, poverty should never be a death sentence. In cash bail, and we don't want a new jail. Thank you. I yield my time.
Madam Clerk.
Next 5 speakers, Kristen Butler, Monica Johnson, Julie Allen, Desiree Thomas, and Edith Latipo.
Hello, I'm Kristen Butler. I'm a member of the Answer Coalition, that's Act Now to Stop War and End Racism. And I'm wondering when the proclamation for Palestinian life is going to be held in your agenda, maybe next week? Don't you think it's in bad taste to be declaring your allegiance to Israel when they have just bombed a hospital, killing hundreds of civilians, including medical staff, patients, many of which who are children? Israel has told medical staff to evacuate multiple hospitals, to abandon their patients. They have targeted hospitals and schools before in the past. 50,000 pregnant women in Palestine have no access to care. There's no electricity, no water, no food going into Gaza. Entire family lines have been wiped off the civil registries just in this past week. Israel tells the civilians to evacuate and then bombs the supposed routes to safety. Israel is carrying out a genocide against the Palestinian people, and you all are seriously sitting up there and declaring that Georgians stand with Israel? You do not represent all Georgians. You're not condemning the extermination campaign, you're applauding it, you're funding it. How could none of you have stood up against the $10 million in bonds to Israel by the governor? Are you really so spineless? Commissioners, you have a duty to use your influence to stop these war crimes. History will remember who stood aside as an entire people was wiped out. The U.S. must cut ties with the Israeli apartheid regime. No more aid for genocide. No more.
All right. I want to implore all of you to not lend undeserved credence to whatever Pat Labatt is going to tell you to explain away the repeated mismanagement of funds. We have at least 10 glaring examples of him being untrustworthy just this year, and I mean 10 lives that have been stolen away. I think that while we choose to do a Stand with Israel Day proclamation, while we haven't had a LaShawn Thompson Day, a Samuel Lawrence Day, a Noni Baptiste Kosoko Day, it shows that apparently the Fulton County Commissioners are less concerned with those who die right here in this county than it is with people that we helped fund the killing of. And we know who killed the 10 people that died this year. It was Pat Labatt, and it was every time you guys signed a check to him when there was evidence upon evidence that he doesn't know what he's doing with it. It was you all who saw that there was a plan to already move people to Atlantic City Detention Center. I guess that wasn't enough. And you guys who see that he wants to move people to South Georgia or to Mississippi because of his inability to manage this jail correctly. And if we have a jail where over half of people are either in for crimes of poverty and can't afford bail or haven't even been charged, then I think we have an extremely urgent task ahead of us, which is to free all of those people. We cannot say that we care about human rights if we have the highest rate of incarceration in the world as a country, and Georgia has one of the highest rates in the nation. We can't say that we stand for black people or brown people
15
or
seconds.
anybody else that's oppressed as long as we only seem to sign a blank check when it's time to kill and not when it's time to fund housing, healthcare, or anything that actually helps the lives of people. So I want you all to sit with that, and I want you guys to stop trusting everything he says. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm District 3 constituent Julie Allen. Thank you, Dana Barrett, for your service. Dr. Paxton recently gave a report and dismissed Commissioner Thorne's question about Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo, saying Dr. Ladapo was controversial. If the CDC would rather manipulate the public than be straight with the truth, I agree that a person who is straight with the truth would be judged to be controversial. I asked this board to inquire of Dr. Paxton, given Dr. Ladapo's recent post that stated, multiple studies show negative vaccine effectiveness after a few months, meaning that people who receive the mRNA vaccine appear to have increased risk of COVID infection, and the safety profile is terrible. Dr. Ladapo backed up his post with studies that I've attached for each of you here for Dr. Paxton's review. Please also consider Pfizer recently issued a press release stating definitively that mRNA COVID vaccines show increased risks of myocarditis and pericarditis, with highest risk for adolescent males. It's inexcusable that thousands of college kids are still forced to get a shot with these known risks, including students at historically black college Morris Brown. New peer-reviewed mRNA vaccine study in rats is extremely disturbing. In isolated cardiomyocytes, both mRNA 1273 and BNT 162b2 induce specific dysfunctions that correlate pathophysiologically to cardiomyopathy. A safety signal of seizures for young children following COVID-19 vaccination has been detected by the FDA. The FDA and CDC announced in January that they detected a signal for ischemic stroke for people aged 65 or older after
15
Pfizer's
seconds.
bivalent vaccine. Lastly, a new study published this month says that you were treated with hydroxychloroquine when you got COVID-19, you would have a better chance of surviving. In recent weeks, residents have asked for accountability for Sheriff Labatt, under whom inmate Samuel Lawrence's death has been rolled.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Hey there, my name is Desiree Thomas, and I work at the Amplify Georgia Collaborative, a reproductive justice org here in Atlanta, and y'all have heard from me a few times about abortion funding. I'm just here to express my disappointment that we weren't able to make that happen at the last meeting. So many people rely on ARC Southeast, our abortion fund here in Georgia, to help them access care. It helps them get out of state. It helps the people who have children obtain child care while they have their abortion. So I'm really hopeful that this body, this deliberative body, can make that wrong that right from a couple weeks, or right that wrong from a couple weeks ago, and pass that funding. And so I'll continue to reach out to your offices to try to have conversations about how we can move this forward. And I would really appreciate it if you could get back with me or someone from your staff could. And then just speaking on behalf of myself as Desiree Thomas, an individual who lives here in Fulton County, I'm also super disappointed that y'all passed a proclamation for Stand With Israel Day when Israel is actively doing genocide against the Palestinian people. That's just really disappointing and unnecessary, but I'm not surprised because this is the Fulton County Board of Commission that is funding the Fulton County Jail, where people have died this year. 10 people have died this year. And so I just wish that y'all would take a little more time for community care and thinking about the people that you serve and how you can best be of service to them. So thank y'all and have a great day.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Edith Ladapo. I live in Southwest Atlanta. I've been there for about 45 years. I've come here to talk to you all about one important fact, and that is the seniors are not being taken care of in the Camelton Road corridor. We need to have facilities for health care, facilities for recreation, cultural activities, and for them to become and socialize with the people of their own age. There, we have identified 31 schools in the Southwest Quadrant that are empty. We are asking your help in getting these facilities repurposed to help provide healthcare services for people in this quadrant, and also for recreation and for socialization and cultural activities. We have identified Venetian Hills Elementary School, former segregated school in the Southwest Quadrant, and we believe that this facility can be repurposed, renovated just for that purpose. The second thing that I would like to ask you to do is to consider the reduction of septic tanks in the Southwest Quadrant. Most of the people that have been there for a long time, they are still on septic tanks. And this is not a sustainable way for waste, and we all know that, and we need to start funding programs that get people tapped into the system. The last thing I want to mention is the fact that we can also repurpose some of these 31 schools for indoor soccer and for training for high school kids, because these are things that are absent from our community. We have the resources, and we need to get to it.
15 seconds.
I'm finished. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers.
Janet Hill, Farquan Muhammad, Devin Barrington Ward, Darius Broderick, and a friend Kunduri.
Who's next? Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill? Ms. Hill? What's the name? Madam Clerk, what's the name? Janet Hill.
Good morning. I'm here again today to follow up on my request to Natalie Hall regarding deed theft. Recent activity has escalated to the point where I was unlawfully detained by scammers with assistance from Fulton County. Susan Property Management has admitted to the police and to Fulton County marshals that there is no evidence, I repeat, no evidence of a purchase of my property for $746,000 as indicated in a counterfeit deed. I'm not only here on my behalf, but on behalf of other Fulton County homeowners that have been impacted, and it is on record up to at least 150 of homeowners have been affected by this one scammer and thug. They showed up at my property with masks, covered license plates, and marshals to eject me from my home unlawfully. I want a response, and I respectfully demand a resolution. There are supplemental documents that are included. There are no new laws that are needed. The judges have responsibilities to make sure that this does not happen. There are dispossessions within the magistrate office that have been done lawfully. These judges know what to do, and some of them are not doing their jobs. The marshals are not doing their jobs.
15 seconds.
This woman stood on my property and explained that she has no proof, no evidence that she ever bought my property. This has to end. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
I begin in, by, and with the name of the Creator, the beneficent, the merciful benefactor. I bring greetings from the Muslim community in Fulton County, and we greet all of you, the leaders here, with the greetings of peace. I'm speaking on the behalf of the Muslim and for his education. Our enemy is ignorance. Our enemy is not us. We're not the enemy. And I want all of you to know that Islam gives us manners and how to deal with any manners. Jihad is not a word that means holy war. It means only to struggle. I'm suggesting that education is the key of the problem that we're suffering with. Stop letting the media and the public try to teach you about our faith. If you want education, then you have to go to the source of that education. Our war, again, is with it in ignorance and, again, falsehood. And we remove that with education. Muslims are never taught to be the aggressive, to fight only with those who fight us. We are taught to spare all domestic life, all plant life, and not to kill innocent spectators, etc. We can only give you what the religion teaches. We cannot safeguard our teaching by anyone just saying they are Muslim and you believe that. So my purpose for coming here today is to promote education about the faith of Islam. Thank you.
Devin Barrington Ward, Communities Over Cages, ATL. Prior to my remarks about the jail, I want to be clear that I stand in solidarity with oppressed people like leaders like Desmond Tutu, like Nelson Mandela, who knows a lot about apartheid and talked about how the Israeli government is upholding an apartheid regime where they're controlling an open-air prison for nearly 2 million people in one of the most densely populated areas in the world. And so my hope is that we are more nuanced in our approach and that we don't just quote Dr. King and quote Nelson Mandela, but we actually live by those principles. Quickly, I'm happy to report that at the Atlanta City Council, unanimously a resolution was passed to support the expansion of pre-arrest diversion services in the city of Atlanta and urging Fulton County commissioners to do the same throughout Fulton County. We know that there are so many issues plaguing the Fulton County Jail, but we need to be proactive about making sure that we are diverting people from that facility in the first place. And so the way to do that is to double down on diversion. I shared at the last meeting a draft resolution around the support for the expansion of pre-arrest diversion services in Fulton County, and also to ensure that there are grants made available to churches, harm reduction organizations, youth organizations, and other nonprofits that are well-equipped to aid in diversion in Fulton County. We are not going to solve the problem at the Fulton County Jail by shipping folks to Mississippi and South Georgia. We're going to solve the problem at the Fulton County Jail by being proactive and preventing people from going there in the first place. My hope is that at this next meeting in November, that resolution is introduced and that it is passed unanimously by this body. Thank you.
My name is Darius Baldry. I support pre-arrest diversion. This is Christopher Roper. He died at Fulton County Jail last year on March 3rd, 2022. At first, when I got the info, they said he had been stabbed, but apparently it was fentanyl. He was a friend of mine. We grew up making music together, running, and a whole lot more different things. So, yeah, something really do got to be done by Fulton County Jail, but like, I don't feel like you can have it both ways. Like, you gotta, I think pretty much we know we need a new jail. That's clear, I think. So, you gotta have the money to build a new jail, but I also don't think we need to ship inmates to this place, that place, hundreds of miles away. But you can't really have it both ways. If you don't want them to be in a bad jail, the jail gotta be rebuilt. And these my folks too. I want them to stay here so we can go and see them so they have better access. But that part ain't necessarily for me to decide. But we need a new jail. And don't send them inmates away.
15 seconds.
I yield.
Next speaker.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Afrin Khundimari. I am the founder and executive director of nonprofit organization Lila Services. To our dedicated public servants, I share a cherished lesson from my father. He often emphasized that once released, both words and bullets are irrevocable. Their impact, sometimes unforeseen, can deeply resonate with others. Serving in a government role amplifies the weight of our words, and we must always remember the profound influence you can have. For instance, a 6-year-old Palestinian child being murdered by a white Jewish guy in Chicago because hate is being bred, because there is a vacuum of disinformation that creates hate and fear. I urge each one of us to exercise caution, compassion, and thoughtfulness in our communications, recognizing the vast impact of our words can have on the community we serve. Let's commit to leading with kindness, empathy, and responsibility. Thank you.
All right. We got 4 more.
We actually have 6. We had 2 extra cards. Last speakers of Assembly Hall, Azil Bassam, Esteban Hernandez, Nazia Kanzara, Sarah Qureshi, Zakir Syed, and Sophia Nababila.
All right, come on down, please. That's it. All right. Next speaker.
This poem is a response to the October 30th email by the Fulton County Board of Public Health. You paint us with the same old brush. Your medium is Islamophobia, dipped in anti-Muslim rhetoric and some fear to add more drama. Statements that wrongly equate us with the horror that is Hamas and terror, when we object to war crimes, labeling us as anti-Semitic. Your canvas colors are mixed together. Let's add some more hateful rhetoric here and a little prejudice there to make it more sensational, blurring it with our Muslim dignity, which is dulled with each stroke that you make, just until the colors blend and become the exact shade of brown that you want. Your canvas, propaganda. Our sweet angel, Wadia, a victim of this horror 27 times over, a Palestinian casualty like the others, 1,500 civilians murdered, numbers rising in the hundreds every single day, for no fault but being Palestinian. Where is your cry for international law? Where is your cry for human rights now? I thought we were meant to have learned our lesson about staying silent in the face of genocide. Our ancestors are crying. When you mix these mediums, there's no masterpiece, just real-life consequences when your strokes become bias and they come to life. As the artist, it's time for you to use a new brush. I recommend one. It's called Humanity.
All right, next speaker.
Good morning. On October 13th, the Fulton County Board of Public Health sent an email to its employees spreading misinformation and fanning the flames of an already delicate situation. This plays into propaganda that has already taken the life of an innocent 6-year-old child in Chicago only because he was Palestinian and Muslim. I would like Fulton County Board of Health to take the necessary steps to correct the stance taken in their email. Inflammatory rhetoric is leading to rising Islamophobia in the U.S. and beyond, and as a public organization, you must hold yourself to a higher standard. We are facing a humanitarian crisis with over 1,100,000 Palestinian people displaced and cut off from all access to aid, food, water, and electricity, and almost 2,000 Palestinian children killed so far. These numerous war crimes committed by Israel, including the targeting of a Christian hospital, as well as the use of white phosphorus that burns people alive, has been verified by many organizations, including Human Rights Watch, the United Nations, and Amnesty International. Let us keep all of the innocent women and children in our thoughts and prayers as we demand an end to this ongoing brutal genocide and ethnic cleansing. Killing innocent civilians is not okay, no matter who does it. We can agree that war is not the answer and will never bring peace. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Zakir Syed. I'm a Cobb County resident from Marietta. Fulton County Board of Health's email on October 13th was completely irresponsible, and it is this type of rhetoric that's fueling Islamophobic sentiment in this country and in our communities. Fulton County Board of Health did take necessary actions to retract their statement and issue a formal apology. However, some irreparable damage has been done, and it's important such incidents are not repeated. I urge Fulton County Board of Health to create necessary guardrails to prevent such a situations in the future. This starts by providing necessary training on cultural awareness and sensitivity to remove biasness in their workplace and require their staff to speak with the facts. Lastly, I suggest Ms. Thorne to keep her faith-based ideology personal and not to muddle with her position she represents. That's what makes this country great, the separation of church and state. We also need to create a proclamation to stand with the Palestine. Their suffering and injustice is going on for too long, and it has to stop. Israel's illegal occupation on their land, stripping them from all their basic human rights, bombing on civilian population, and now cutting off supplies of food, water, and electricity is considered war crime. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Naviwala. I work with the Islamic Speakers Bureau of Atlanta. I'm here to talk about the proclamation for We Stand with Israel Day. The proclamation Israel Day showing solidarity and concern only for Israel with no acknowledgement of the ongoing and historical suffering and death of Palestinians is a biased and unbalanced stance that can be harmful to Fulton County's reputation and, more importantly, to the numerous community members within your county who identify as Muslim, Palestinian, and Arab. The suffering of Israelis is heavy on all our hearts, but Fulton County should no way condone Israel's violence perpetuated on civilians. I challenge you to identify the overwhelming hypocrisy of the recent statements and actions, noting no such unilateral support has been offered for Palestinians who have been occupied, brutalized, and terrorized for over 7 decades. As a concerned community member, I've already seen the effects of your statement on my child, who was called a terrorist in class yesterday. Let that sit with you for a minute. My 14-year-old son, who loves chess, who loves volunteering, who loves comic books, was called a terrorist in class yesterday. The rhetoric Fulton County is adopting is extremely divisive and detrimental to ensuring a safe environment for all citizens. Your county is tasked with the care of a diverse population, and you have the duty to approach times like this as thoughtfully and steadfastly, not rashly and reactively, especially when it is clear that you have taken no care to understand the nuanced, complex, and long-lasting political conflict. More importantly, your utmost responsibility lies with your constituents who deserve to be equally nurtured, protected, and supported. I'm calling on all of you to adopt a balanced view and not fall into media misinformation, and ask that in lieu of recent biased statements, you also make a clear statement affirming the pain and suffering of the Palestinians, especially the more than 2 million Palestinians in occupied Gaza, whom are children who have been called human animals by the Israeli defense minister. These children are being indiscriminately.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Madam Clerk, that's
No
it?
further speakers in the
All right,
Assembly Hall.
Next item, the public hearing.
Okay,
Next
you
item.
have 2 on Zoom. Do you
Well,
want-
we'll take them at the end of the meeting.
Okay. Continuing on page 5, 230710, Finance, public hearing to amend a multi-year installment sale agreement with ACCG to increase financing for those additional funds needed to complete North Fulton building that will house various government services and certain equipment for the building.
All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone in the Assembly Hall here for this public hearing? I'll open the public hearing. Anyone present to speak on this matter? Anyone present to speak on this matter? If not, I'll close the public hearing. The item will be voted on later on in the agenda. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have 2 items that were moved up during the beginning of the meeting. First item to be heard is 230732 on page 10. Discussion, follow-up on $5.3 million emergency funding approved for Sheriff's Department at the April 19th, 2023 BOC meeting.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to sort of frame this discussion and why it was placed back on the agenda, as we had discussion at our prior meeting on October 4, there was an outline of contractual timeline that the sheriff had entered into a contract with an organization by the name of Talatrix. There were some terms of those contracts that were provided, and there were a lot of questions that were raised in terms of that particular discussion. For a little bit of context, just a reminder too that there was a representation and a request by the sheriff to the BOC at an April 19, 2023 meeting to provide an additional $5.3 million in emergency funding, and $2.1 million of that was related to a request for wearable devices that would be up and running at the Rice Street facility by July. In the context of looking at this thing and items that were reported in the news media and elsewhere, we later learned that none of these devices were running when we got to September, and only a few as of our last meeting. But yet, $2.1 million was allocated, and I think there have been about $737,000 that has been spent related to this contract. Also, it was raised that when we were able to obtain some of the contracts, we learned, unbeknownst to us, that the sheriff had entered into agreements with this particular organization going back to September 27, 2021, and there was no knowledge of that by this board or disclosure of that at the time that this emergency ask was presented to us. So the purpose really of this discussion is to get allow the sheriff himself to appear before us and to respond to specific questions related to the contract. This isn't a discussion related to the efficacy of these products or viability or anything of that nature. Is really just specifics related to this particular contract. In terms of a little bit of sort of housekeeping, and just to further elaborate on that, and part of the reason why that we are keenly interested in that as a Board of Commissioners is we're obviously interested heavily in transparency in spending, contracting, and that so that we make the most informed decisions for our citizens regarding the use of funds that Fulton County has been entrusted with. And there are a lot of questions here that remain unanswered that we're hoping to get some answers directly from Sheriff Labat today. A few just sort of housekeeping items that I would like to share before we get into some of the individual questions for Sheriff Labat. And I think they're context things that I just think are important for us to consider and the citizens to consider as we get into these particular discussions. And I've got some information that I'll share with you all and just sort of go through just so you have it in terms of the context. As we have learned, this appears to be a no-bid contract that was entered into directly by the sheriff. And certainly we know that we all have obligations when it comes to campaign disclosure and funding and that sort of stuff. We all have the ability to take campaign contributions, and what I'm about to share doesn't seek to suggest there's any untold behavior here. It's just really more as a matter of context. I had some folks that provided me with this information. I've not had a chance to thoroughly review every bit of it, but it appears to be fairly thorough in its presentation. And since the election of Sheriff Labat, either directly from employees, the organization, Talatrix itself, spouses or related entities, there have been contributions, political contributions of $78,100. Again, it's just sort of context. I think it's important, when we look at that, particularly when a party has entered into a contract themselves, that we need to reflect upon that, and might judgment have been potentially clouded or some degree of conflict in those decisions presented by the magnitude of those particular political contributions. Secondly, I just want to share with the other commissioners, only because it's something that found a little bit bothersome and disturbing, but, you know, hey, we're part of the Fulton County Commission, and this is a place where, we're subject to a lot of criticism, debate, and that sort of stuff. But I just want to call this out and share this with you all, just in case you receive similar pieces of information, and you might know where the source, so that you know where the source of them may be. On the evening of October 9th, about 11 o'clock or so, I rolled over. I got a text message that came in on my phone, and it was from a person who purported to be the CEO of Talatrix, basically suggesting that, that I be quiet. It was a fairly threatening message. So that was somewhat disturbing. I have no idea whether or not this was that individual himself or somebody posing as that individual. And then yesterday, when I arrived home, you got those in your mailbox. Sometimes you have people come by and they stick those, they don't want to pay for stuff and put it in the mailbox, but they stick it underneath, right? Sometimes they're contractors canvassing your neighborhood and that sort of stuff, right? Well, what I had, I was rolled up. I had about 4 or 5 folders, political mailers, what they look like. Let me see if I can find them here. You got a copy of it right there, but they're, you know what I'm talking about. They're political mailers, and kind of a defamatory, nice little suggestive negative picture of me, saying that I'd sold out North Fulton, siding with the Fulton establishment, and all other kind of stuff. So I thought it was somewhat unusual, that given that we're in a non-campaign year, I'm not up for election, but yet somebody is sending out a political mailer, and it's not in my mailbox, but it's a bunch of stuff rolled up, stuck in my mailbox. Then I looked down, and there was it looks like it's paid for by something called Americans for Protecting the Public. So that got my curiosity, and I didn't plan to spend as much time on this last night, but it certainly got my curiosity after I got home from work. So I did a little digging out on the state site, and you'll see attached to that this Political Action Committee, Americans for Protecting the Public, when it was originally formed on March 31, 2023, the chairperson of this was a Justin Hawkins, who I believe is the CEO of the Talatrix organization, and another individual is listed as treasurer, who I believe is an employee of the organization, as I understand it. And then later on, you'll see the disclosure of the $232,000 of contributions it's interesting, it says Talatrix LLC as opposed to Talatrix. I don't know if that was a typo of intentionality or just a typo, but $232,000. Nonetheless, a political action committee that appears to be started by this organization. Somehow I got a little mailer shoved up on my mailbox. Maybe free speech, maybe permissible, whatnot, but nonetheless, somewhat curious given that questions had been raised, and all of a sudden I was met with intimidation techniques such as these. So hopefully those were not done by the organization, and whoever's doing them, I just would encourage you to not engage in intimidation tactics with elected officials who are asking specific questions about contracting matters and expenditures of public funds. And furthermore, the questions today, and I have no interest in the efficacy of this product, whether it's viable, whether it's not viable, and those are not really the subject of our questions. Subject of my questions, and I believe the other board members and the stuff we discussed the other day, were specific to this particular contract, or a series of contracts and amendments. On October 9th, I had sent a letter to Sheriff Labatt, which I copied all of you on, and you have a copy of that. You've seen it in your email, and it requested certain information be provided to us in advance of the meeting. As you will remember also at a prior meeting where we had the sheriff come before us related to a discussion related to outsourcing of inmates. At that point in time, too, we had told the sheriff, when you come before us, we need to have information in advance for us to review so that we can ask well-informed questions. So as in light of that, there were some specific requests that were made to the sheriff in this October 9, 2023 letter, and were followed back up on Friday, and the sheriff has been non-responsive to these particular requests. And the information specifically that was requested in it was an itemization of all payments made to Talatrix, including the date of payment, the amount of payment, and the fund from which the payments were drawn, whether it was a general fund, the inmate welfare fund, or some other fund, and a detailed list of expenditures from the inmate welfare fund for the calendar years 2021, 2022, as well as 2023 year-to-date. And details of that should include the date of payment, the amount of payment, the payee name, and the purpose of the expenditure. So those were the requests that were made by me, and that they be sent to the full Board of Commissioners, and we have not had a response to those. So I would like to start the questioning with those particular items and when we will receive that particular information, or if you have it today, to supply it to us. With that, I would welcome Sheriff Labatt to appear before us to respond to the questions.
You're right at 10 minutes, Vice Chair.
Well, it's a discussion item, Mr. Chair, so. Thank you, Sheriff Labatt. Just would start with the question related to the itemization and the payments made to Talatrix, the dates of those payments, the amounts, and from the funds in which those were drawn. Do you have that information for us?
First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
And secondly, I will have Colonel Willis, who's in charge of our law enforcement division, meet with you or your chief of staff. If you'd like to file a complaint or see if there was a crime committed, we will certainly take care of it.
Sheriff.
So again, I just want to offer that to you. I appreciate it. Thank you. So here's where we are. As you know, first
Does that mean that you're not going to respond to that particular question?
let me tell you what it means.
Okay.
It means that you will get everything that you asked for. It also means I want to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you for joining me on a Zoom call last week when most of you know I was out of town conducting business. And to that extent, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Amelia Joyner, our attorney, and you will get the answers that you are seeking. And then you will have the copies and we can go back from there. Fair
Okay,
enough?
so you're not preparing to respond to the question, you're delegating those to someone else?
No, you will get everything that you asked for.
But we're not getting it today?
You're getting it today.
Okay, well, we'll start with that question number one. Can you provide us with the payments that were made to Talatrix, the date they were made, and the source and the fund in which they came?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Vice Chair Ellis. We have received a copy of your October 9th, 2023 letter wherein you list a number of items that you're interested in. One is the itemization of all payments to Talatrix, and we are going to get that. The sheriff appreciates, he has a deep appreciation for the recognition that as a constitutional officer, this board does not have the power or the authority to direct him to appear or to do anything, but also that he practices and believes in the principles of transparency and accountability. To that end, since January 2021, our office has appeared before this board 14 times, 9 of which the sheriff himself has appeared because he believes in that transparency and accountability that you discuss. Because he desires to be transparent and accountable, I'm here to address all of the concerns that you articulate in your October 9th, 2023 letter. First, there have been comments and allegations.
Ma'am, I have a specific question I'm looking to have addressed. And those are the amount of the payments, when they were made, and the source of the fund in which they came. These are fairly simple, straightforward questions. And I will also remind you that the funding tied to this particular matter, or at least the 2.1 million, rest not in your budget, but it rests in non-agency.
Absolutely.
And I would like a specific answer to my question. Not, and so are you prepared to give that answer today or not?
Yes.
All right,
Okay,
well,
then
just a
please
minute.
provide it.
Just a minute, everybody. He's asking a specific question. You have the answer?
Yes.
With the grace that Madam Khadijah, our Commissioner Abdul-Rahman said was not afforded last time, we wanted to make sure that the assertions made by Vice Chair Ellis were answered. And
Okay,
so in
Sheriff,
doing
Sheriff,
that,
Sheriff,
what I would ask.
Sheriff, just a minute. Let's try to get through this. There's a specific question. What's the answer to the
specific
question?
questions will be answered if you let us finish
What's the answer?
5 minutes at best, and you will have every answer to every question
What's the
that was
answer to the
asserted through
question?
the board. Is
What's
that not fair?
What's the answer to the question?
Is that not fair? There were several assertions made 2 weeks ago that were derogatory, inflammatory at best, including this morning. And so I've
Sure.
offered the services of the Sheriff's Office to see if we can help Vice Chair Ellis in that particular instance. But I think it's fair that you let us continue so you get the specific answers to not just that question, but to every question that was asked last week. You don't think that that's fair? We can reduce it to writing, and we can continue to go from there.
However you
Because
want.
this is not an inquisition.
Sheriff,
This is more.
Sheriff, just a
Okay.
minute, just a minute.
All right.
Let's try to get through this. The questions were presented in writing, I guess, shortly after our last meeting.
Correct.
And just a minute, Sheriff, just a minute. All he's asking for, and I'm interested in hearing what the answers are as well. So what's the answer to the first question?
The first question is Teletrix's technology is unproven, untested, and in
That's
the
not the first question. First question relates to the
it's-
payments. No, I just gave you my first question. What payments have been made to Talatrix? What's the amount of the payment, the date they were made, and the funds from which they were drawn? General Inmate Welfare Fund or other? That's the question.
That's a straightforward question. What's the answer?
The answer is, on December 3rd, 2021, for the initial design of the system, a payment in the amount of $35,000 was made to Talatrix. On December 9th, 2021, for 50% of the infrastructure installation, a payment of $195,000 was paid to Talatrix. And on December 22nd, 2021, the remaining balance for the infrastructure installation in the amount of $195,000 was paid to Talatrix. The max value of the contracts was $1.6 million, but only $435,000 were paid. The money was paid from the Inmate Welfare Fund as it was for the benefit and the wellness of the inmates.
Okay, and then there were other
In
payments?
In April, I'm sorry, my correction, May 19th, 2023, $733,000 was paid in response to the amended statement of work number 3 related to work at the Fulton County Jail main facility on Rice Street. That was from the general fund.
Okay. So.
That's the county's general fund.
All right. So 733,000
And
plus
that was-
435.
To be specific, each of these payments are related to Talatrix's work for inside the walls activity. That is work related to activities inside the jail. Talatrix has another engagement with the county and others to do electronic monitoring, which is a completely separate issue.
Okay.
Next
With
question.
respect, with respect.
Just a minute.
Okay. The next question is for a detailed list of all the expenditures from the Inmate Welfare Fund for calendar years 2021, 2022, as well as 2023 year-to-date, with specific details that were requested.
You would like me to recite them all
No,
here?
I would like what I requested back on October 9th to be provided. And so my request is my question is, when are we going to get that detailed information that was requested well in advance of this meeting?
The Inmate Welfare Fund is under review and audit. At the completion of that review and audit, this board will be provided with the appropriate documentation related to that audit.
Okay, that's not an acceptable response.
That's the response.
Okay, that's your response, that we're not, so if I ask our CFO for certain financial information and they told me that they were not going to provide me detailed expenditures until such time as our audit was completed, which is typically about 9 to 10 months, what is it, about 9, 10 months afterwards before you complete an audit? That's a non-responsive answer. I would like what I requested, information from 2021, 2022, and 2023 year-to-date itemized expenditures from this fund. This is, again, another straightforward request in which we're getting a non-responsive answer.
That's incorrect. You will get the documentation.
When you think that, I mean, that should be easy to, I mean, if checks were written, I assume, you just itemize them and give them a list, or give us a list.
Yes, sir.
When might we expect to see that?
2 weeks.
2
By the
weeks?
next board meeting.
Can we receive it in a week, by the end of this week?
No.
Okay, so that's be over a month. If you received an open records request for that, would you tell them you're going to respond in 2 weeks?
It depends on what time it would take to gather the information.
Again, okay. Feel that's somewhat non-responsive, but that's your answer. Okay, I have a few other questions.
I mean, I don't see why it takes that long to, this inmate fund, that's problematic in the first place, but just to be responsive to the question, I mean, there were checks written on this fund, I assume, and if somebody's keeping track of it, I also make that assumption. But so why it would take 2 weeks to get that and why we haven't had it, I don't understand that. But go ahead. I would agree that that's non-responsive.
The expenditures that were made prior to this $733,000, I believe you said there was about $435,000 worth. What were the services that were actually delivered as a result of these particular expenditures? Were there wearable devices that
Yes.
people were wearing? So can you
Yes, there
describe
were.
for me the specifics, where they were, and, you know, kind of the services that were provided for
Yes.
those particular things?
Yes, absolutely. That was our intent at the beginning. In September of 2021, we entered into a statement of work and a master monitoring service agreement with Talatrex for implementation of its technology at the South Annex. Following that, and after the payments were made, all of the bands were, the bands were deployed and worn by every inmate in the South Annex. Those inmates wore the bands for several months, until which time that the South Annex was shuttered. When the South Annex was shuttered on December 17th of 2022, the inmates were moved to ACDC. The Talatrex technology, however, was not able to be deployed at ACDC because that is not our building. Thereafter, we entered into an agreement, statement of work number 2, with Talatrex for work at the Alpharetta Jail. The value of that contract is separate and apart from that related to the South Annex, but no funds have been paid for that. Notwithstanding the fact that no funds have been paid for that, bands are deployed and are worn by every inmate in the Alpharetta Jail facility. That technology has been up and running for months now.
How many?
It depends on the population today. I believe it's close to 40. That's an estimate.
Close to 40? They don't
I'm
have
sorry,
that many inmates.
close to 50 in Alpharetta.
They don't have that many inmates in Alpharetta.
Yes, we do.
All right, continue.
So the, these, in the state, one of the statements of work, there's a particular contract provision which, as it reads, one could interpret it to be, or that this is basically, gives the appearance that it is allowing the vendor to do essentially research and development work within our jail facility. And it's on, I'll just read it. Customer hereby grants to Talatrix a perpetual worldwide royalty-free license and right to use the data in connection with its provision of the monitoring services, including without limitation for the purposes of performing data analytics. Such license also includes Talatrix's right to use data in aggregate form for statistical analysis or predictive analytics, which may be shared with or utilized by Talatrix or third parties, but such information will not include personally identifiable information or information identifying customer. It's understood Talatrix is responsible for backup, recovery, and safekeeping of data. From my reading of this, that sounds like a lot of R&D work as opposed to a particular service that we're receiving. Can you comment on that particular contractual provision?
I can. Your understanding is incorrect. In fact, it's not research and development, and as it relates to the data, in the master monitoring service agreement, I'm sure that you have it there, it states that the customer, which means the sheriff's office, owns all the data, information, or material that the customer submits to the monitoring service. So just like any other agreement that we have where data is collected, the Fulton County Sheriff's Office owns it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem with that statement is such license, it says such license also includes Talatrix's right to use this data for statistical analysis or predictive analytics, which may be shared with or utilized by Talatrix or third parties. That's not sort of a closed loop for use of this particular information.
So it's a different set of data. You misunderstand. It has to be read. You cannot read it separately like that. You have to read it in whole.
Okay.
So respectfully, I don't want to give you legal advice. I'm certain that the county attorney's office can do that, but it has to be read as a whole as opposed to taking one paragraph or clause and trying to apply it.
So just on that note, this contract was constructed by you in your office, the sheriff's office, correct?
Incorrect.
What's that? Who developed the contract? The statement of work?
Well, it's a mutual contract.
Between you and the customer.
The contracts are
Right.
mutual.
Right.
And the parties collectively develop the terms.
But the parties are the sheriff's department and and Talatrix, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. The county is not a party to this contract. It's the sheriff's department and Talatrix are the parties to the contract.
Correct. The sheriff's office.
Okay. When we were presented information, when the board was presented information on April 19th, why was this particular arrangement not disclosed to us at that point in time?
I'm glad you asked that. On the April 19th, 2023 meeting was solely about conditions at the Rice Street facility. At that time, everyone here was talking about the conditions at 901 Rice Street. That was the subject of conversation. The sheriff requested funding related to Talatrix, and it had to be understood that he knew about Talatrix and about their ability to provide the service. Had he been asked at any time to articulate and enumerate all of the ways that he knows about Talatrix, he would have done so, but this board did not inquire of that information. This board and everyone else was focused on the conditions at 901 Rice Street. And really to suggest otherwise is disingenuous at best.
Well, I would disagree with your disingenuous comment. I think when you're presenting something for public expenditures of funds, it's important that you are as transparent as possible and particularly would disclose there is an existing relationship and what really, kind of we had learned from the expenditure of these other funds. And the actual ability to actually stand up and meet what was requested for and the purpose of these $2.1 million in expenditures. So, you know, I do think that non-disclosure of these existing contracts is problematic and is misleading to this board. Next question. When this was presented to the board, it was presented that these 1,000 wearables would be up and running at Rice Street by July. They're not. We know that. That didn't take place. At the time that this $2.1 million was approved, should you not have known, based upon your experience to date and your knowledge of the operations of the jail, that this was not something that could be executed in that time frame?
No, there's no way to know. There's no way to know that. I mean, the reality is that the jail is severely overcrowded, and it is extremely difficult to implement technology or even do regular maintenance when you have as many people as you do in the cells, sleeping on portable bunks, et cetera. So there is a delay in the implementation, but the implementation is ongoing. In fact, the implementation is completed in at least one of the housing zones at the main jail. So yes, there have been delays, but the implementation is ongoing.
Okay, so at April 19th, didn't we have about 3,600 inmates or so, roughly about the same? The jail was overcrowded at that point in time. There apparently was no plan for it to be quickly depopulated. So the presentation of this was sort of predicated upon, here's the existing situation. We are going to be able to stand these up. That is what was represented to this board. So I'll ask my question again.
Certainly.
Knowing that the facility was overcrowded, had challenges, should you not have known that you were not going to be able to execute and deliver these number of wearables in the time frame in which you suggested to this board? Now remember, this was an emergency request, which implies to this board and to others that the funding needs to be provided because actions are going to be taken immediately and in the time frame in which they were prescribed.
No, we should not have known that. From that same meeting, EMSI was contracted, the funding for EMSI contracting was approved. Out of our work with EMSI, the bridging plan was born. When the bridging plan was born, massive rehabilitation efforts were scheduled to take place at the Rice Street facility. Therefore, the South Annex, which had now, in the 6 and 7 months since it had been vacated, all of the people who were supposed to go there, leaving the 3rd floor capable of having this technology quickly implemented, they had to stay in place. And a different housing zone and floor had to be moved to the South Annex to allow for the maintenance blitz work to occur. So no, we could not have known that because at that same meeting, you approved EMSI to come and suggest and work with us in order to help with the conditions at the Rice Street facility.
Okay, well, the conditions are the conditions. You presented this $2.1 million ask. It was presented, you didn't, but the sheriff had presented to us as something that could be delivered in that time frame. And the status and conditions of the jail were what they were. It wasn't going to change immediately. That was the way in which it was presented. So in terms of what I heard and what was represented to the board, was the expectation that these things were going to be stood up, and we were not provided with this kind of potential risk that they weren't going to be able to be done. So I mean, I think if you'd have said, potentially would have said, hey, we're not sure this actually could get implemented, we certainly would not have approved $2 million on an emergency ask for something to be done within this short period of time. We would have waited and said, okay, when is the right time to potentially consider this? When can it be stood up? How can it be stood up? And be able to ask more informed questions. So the first date that any wearables were put in place at the Rice Street Jail was what date? It was a date in September?
Late August, early September. September, actually, it was September 11th.
September 11th, and then I know that September 22nd, there was a report that there were 15 wearables deployed.
I can't say who reported
How many
what.
are deployed at the current point in time?
Currently, I think in one housing zone, it's the entire housing zone, and that is 15 people.
15 still at this point in time? That's what's deployed at the Rice Street facility?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
No further questions. Where's Commissioner Abdul-Rahman? All right, Commissioner Barrett. So
If she comes back, I'll yield.
okay, this is a mess, y'all, so go ahead.
I just have a couple questions. I think one of the points of confusion, and Sheriff, you and I spoke about this when we met, was the infrastructure requirements in the building. I think the day that we approved that funding, I certainly was not clear on the way that the bands worked, in the sense that they had to have built-in infrastructure. And I think that is where a lot of the confusion has come from in terms of the ability to get this up and running more quickly. So can you explain the infrastructure required and what that installation process entails, and why we've had to do it only when a zone is empty and that sort of thing?
So you're asking the sheriff or the attorney?
Either way.
Right. I think that, honestly, those are such technologically advanced questions. They're better posed to Teletrax. And so I implore the board to invite them to come and answer those questions, the ones that relate to technology.
Well, I'm sorry, let me stop you there. Sheriff,
no,
would you mind speaking to this? Because you and I have spoken about it, and I'm certainly not, I just think we need to have I think we and the public need to have a clear understanding of what has to get installed in the facility and approximately how long that installation takes. And certainly any contract you would enter into, you would have some knowledge and expectation of what has to get done in order for it to be implemented.
Right, so we recently met with Teletrax to get more information from them on how long it would take. And we were informed in that meeting that it would take them approximately 3 weeks to 6 weeks to finish their implementation.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for each zone, what has to get done, like what is the construction requirements, what is happening, what has to get done, and per zone.
First of all, thank you for the question, and certainly thank you for taking the time to meet with me. And let me start here. Let me apologize. If I gave anyone the impression that, like this Apple Watch, I can slap it on and start monitoring people, then that was incorrect. Let me start there. Secondly, the infrastructure itself, and Attorney Joyner brought up a really good point. We simultaneously approved, asked for, so it's not just one contract in the $5.3 million. There were several other functionalities. We asked for EMSI at a recommendation of what they had done before involving COVID to come in and help us glean those very things. What would be the obstacles, right? What would that look like? And so we engaged simultaneously with those things. Since then, we've learned there are a number of things that take hold or have to be present before we're able to refurbish a complete unit. It is not just Teletrax. It is the doors. It is the paint. It is absolutely the lighting structure. We did a punch down list just a few days ago with respect to where we are on the blitz that was born of the EMSI piece as well, which was also rejected by the board in terms of the entire blitz of all 78 zones. What we are trying to master, if you will, is how long does it take to rehab a complete zone, which will include upgrading technologies. If you recall, there were 91 cameras that were also a part of that context and the emergency funding from that perspective. But again, when you have elevators that are not stable, when you have the aging facility of this, or aging of this facility, those infrastructure problems occur time and time again. If I was not clear as to the total infrastructure, then that in and of itself, I apologize for that piece. We are up and running. DeKalb County went live. Cobb County is building out their infrastructure and have been so for weeks. So this is not, whether it is proven or not, this is solely focused on saving lives. So whether it's 15 vans or 1,000. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I think so. I just want to be clear then. So what you're suggesting essentially is that that you certainly knew there was an infrastructure piece that was needed in order for the bands to be useful, but that after the meeting and the spending was approved, that in working with the MSI, they were recommending that you install the systems for Teletrix at the same time that the rest of the work was done on each zone. Is that?
That's very accurate. And not only that, it is important to note, when we went into the South Annex, we didn't have the inmate constraints. And so we could empty a unit and continue to do that. And I also think it's important to note, the 3,600 population was mentioned earlier, and Attorney Joyner did a skillful job of saying, can you predict this? Right now, our population is 3,030, the lowest it has been in 2 years, because of our work with our criminal justice partners. And as we continue to move down that journey, or take that journey, it allows us the ability to empty a zone and then continue to really focus on saving lives. And then lastly, I will tell you, again, when we started this journey, we had 560 people sleeping on floor devices, sleeping on boats. But because of these partnerships, because we've been aggressive, today we have a record low inside of a decade of 91 people sleeping on floor devices. So all of this is working in conjunction, which goes to the heart of your question is, could we predict it? No. Were there infrastructure requirements? Absolutely. Could we have done a better job of telling you what we've learned by having an empty infrastructure to be able to, and that was what was predicated upon our movement, being able to use what we've done in the past to be able to move forward.
So I think, it probably would have been good to have that sort of communicated back to us after the changes were made, the decisions were made on how to implement this thing. Because I think, again, part of the issue here is just communication and understanding of everything required to make this happen. And I would assume, again, that since you're moving forward with this, or it looks like I don't know where this is all going to land, but assuming you're moving forward with this, that you have a schedule that's at least a plan. Now, that doesn't mean, that circumstances wouldn't change that, but you have a schedule to implement the rest of the zones?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Yes, Commissioner, we do have a schedule. But I do want to know that even a schedule for just the physical plant, for example, our schedule when having a housing zone empty, the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management, along with the MSI, predicted that it would only take 30 days to rehab one housing zone. We are now at almost 3 months, and we haven't had the first one completed. So the building continues to fall apart in many ways, and that pushes out the timeline. So in a best set of conditions, the schedule is what we think that it is now, but it changes.
Okay, I would
Also,
not,
I'm sorry. Also, the 1,000 bands has been mentioned. That's 1,000 bands up to 1,000 bands that is to be worn by no more than
500 people. So there are replacement bands there. It's thought that there will be replacement bands for the purposes of charging batteries or any, unforeseen damage. So it very clearly states in the statement of work that it's for no more than 500 people.
I really feel like a lot of the issue is stemming from just a lack of communication, and I think sometimes, you can't assume we have the right questions to ask. If we don't have enough basic information, we don't have the right questions to ask. So I think it's incumbent upon you all to, over-communicate in situations like this, because there's no way we could possibly know some of these things without you giving us the groundwork, and the changes in scheduling and the roadblocks that you're coming across and all those things. Putting all that aside, since Vice Chairman Ellis brought up this issue of data, I just have a couple of questions about that. First of all, you mentioned the contract being between you and Teletrix. Did this go through our purchasing, or was this separate?
So the first two statements of work did not. Because the sheriff is a constitutional officer, he's not required to go through the exact same competitive bidding and purchasing protocols that all of the county departments are required to follow. However, had it gone through that process, it's likely that Teletrix would have been found to be a sole source vendor, and the same result would have been that a contract with Teletrix would have been entered into. However, as it relates to the third statement of work, the third statement of work initially, as proposed by Teletrix, requested a payment to be paid in the amount of $1.47 million, roughly, at the time of execution. With the advice, input, and guidance of the purchasing officer, the county purchasing officer, we were able to push back on that in an effort to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And so, therefore, only the mobilization costs in the amount of $733,000 were paid from the general fund. So it did not go through the normal protocols or the normal steps that all of the other county departments go through, because the sheriff is a constitutional officer. But we did seek the input and guidance and followed it from the county purchasing agent. Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking the question really more because of the contract itself,
Yes.
and the language of the contract than the dollars spent and the competitive bid process, although obviously those things all matter as well. But, as it relates to the various clauses in the contract that relate to data, I'm just wondering if anyone else reviewed it other than your office. Did anyone in our purchasing review it, or our county attorney review that? And do we have a policy? I guess that's more of a question for the county attorney. Do we have a policy on contracts we sign as it relates to sharing of data?
Well, you'll recall at the last meeting, I asked the manager, Mr. Adams, purchasing director, the CFO, and the county attorney if they had anything to do with this contract whatsoever, and everyone answered no.
I'm sorry, Madam County Attorney.
I believe you were asking if we have a specific policy as to contract terms regarding private data that's collected, and I'm not aware that we do have one in place, although that is something that we consider when we do review contracts.
Yeah, we probably should have a policy. Obviously, again, because you are a constitutional officer and have your own set of rules of how you operate, do you all have a data sharing policy?
Not as you've stated it, no.
Okay, so then the next question about the data is just this. I come from a tech background, and listen, I'm not fully well-versed in health data, certainly. But from what I understand, about machine learning and that kind of thing, when data is collected in this type of data is not specifically tied to an individual. So I'm assuming that it is certainly for your purposes in terms of aiding the person who's needing service and needing help if their heart rate is down or what have you. But that oftentimes companies like this will extract the personal data but keep sort of the higher level data, if that makes sense, for analysis, so that's how the machines learn. When a heart rate drops like this, it could be one of these 10 conditions, that kind of thing. So data sharing in that way, to me, is not a concern. It's only if it's tied to the personal data of the inmates that it becomes a concern. So I would just want some reassurance, I think, from Teletrix specifically on what data is available for analysis and sharing and what is kept with you.
Yes.
So I think that would put my mind at ease to know if it's just that sort of machine learning type data versus the personal data of the people in our care. And the last thing I want to say is just a statement, not a question, and that is, the items that Vice Chair Ellis brought up about the alleged behavior potentially of Teletrix or those related to the company in terms of intimidating him are very concerning. And so, I would encourage you all as somebody in a business relationship with them to look into that, whether he files a complaint or not, because I find that to be very, very troubling. We should not be subject to that. Any one of us should not be subject to that. So this is the first I'm hearing about it today, but I do think that needs to be addressed and looked into. But that's all I have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. This contract has been a mess from day one, and I want to have a motion to rescind this contract in a moment. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Sheriff, I have a question. With all due respect, I've got to ask you this question. Is there a reason that Ms. Joyner is answering these questions as opposed to you answering them?
Well, I want it to be accurate. I want to make sure, as you said a couple of weeks ago, that you got the facts. And so what better way to make sure we remove emotion and the politics out of this and get you nothing but the facts. And so today's example is just as we agree to disagree sometimes, just as you voiced your opinion as to my approach last meeting, I suspect that this ambushness, if you will be addressed at some point as well, because we came specifically understanding we did not receive any packages that you all received. We had to go back, do the research, to then prepare to come before today. Midweek, we get a letter. Well, again, all in haste. We want to make sure you had the facts. So I thought no better way to make sure you had the facts more than anything else.
Sheriff, with all due respect, it's not an ambush. It's not an ambush. I think, go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm sorry, Madam Commissioner, you're speaking for another commissioner. So I am just simply telling you the same, the emotions involved were pre-planned. And just as, and I'm taking this from your statements from the last couple of weeks, just as you were passed out a package today, nobody afforded the grace or a phone conversation to me, to the sheriff's office, to even be better prepared. And this is after having a Zoom call on other issues. So I would simply ask, the same thing you ask of us is the same way you treat those that really, really, really have nothing but one goal in mind, and that's saving lives.
Sheriff, let me go on the record with you, because the word accountability is the one that I stand by. Part of what I said last 2 weeks ago was to give you grace, because it did not look good, what was put in front of me. I think what happens, and this is clearly my opinion, is it becomes adversarial. And there's nothing adversarial about asking for accountability. There's nothing adversarial about asking for answers. Even if the answer is, Vice Chair, I will not be answering this. I will directly talk about this at the BOC. That's an answer.
And Madam Commissioner, you are absolutely correct. And maybe when you had to step away for a moment, you missed when I apologized, right? We have a duty to be accountable, but we also have to be in a space, a safe space, that we can have a conversation. And so, again, and what I said specifically was, if there were infrastructure issues that I should have done a better job of communicating. Absolutely, absolutely. The onus is on me. I'm accountable for that. But just as you held me accountable, I would ask that we hold each other accountable when the intent, right? You can't ask me to come in here and present something and give you a week's notice as we're still compiling this information and then do the exact same, not once, but twice. And then not even give it to me to aptly be able to answer. And I think that is, in terms of accountability, I think that's a poor representation as well.
Well, what I'm going to ask you, Sheriff, is when there's an ask, please give a response, even if the response is, I'm a constitutional officer, I'm not going to answer. And the reason I say this to you is because while you are being unresponsive, for whatever reason, I'm still getting calls. I'm still getting emails. And at the end of the day, Ms. Joyner is an extremely accomplished attorney, but her name was not on the ballot. Amen. Yours were. So it is only right that you answer. It's only right that you talk to us. It's only right that you come back. This is not adversarial. I know it plays out and it looks adversarial, the camera's here, and all this other stuff, but it's not adversarial. It is accountability. Even if you tell me and this entire board something that we disagree with, you have every right to tell us that. But what happens for me and the Mighty Six is I have no answers for any of my constituents. So I need accountability from you. I don't need, and I that's why I asked you, why was she answering? Because it's not her name on those cards. It's not her name on the ballot. And the constituents need to hear from you for whatever reason, without an indictment, with an indictment, or whatever. You are the sheriff. And I give you the respect of the sheriff, whether we agree or not. But if you can't answer us in writing, at least say anything that you all are asking me, I'll be more than happy to address at the BOC. But no response is an issue for me.
And I appreciate that.
Okay.
Appreciate that. What I will ask for, again, not just continued grace, but keep in mind the DOJ has been in our building for 2 weeks. And so this has not been a path that has been traveled lightly. This is making sure that ultimately we're responsive to them as well, and as well as you. I owe you, you being plural, exactly what you've asked for. And the intent to make sure Attorney Joyner provides the facts so that they're not clouded is absolutely the attempt. And that's what we want to make sure we do. I understand that. We've talked prior to that, prior to me getting here on this date, and I've had several conversations with commissioners, and we will continue to communicate, or to Commissioner Barrett's point, over-communicate. And so where we are together more strong, and we are in this space of making sure that we focus on saving lives. That has been our focus. We again have been engaged with the DOJ for the last 2 weeks. In and of itself, an opportunity for us to continue to get better. And so I certainly appreciate that.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right. I'll be honest with you, I've heard enough. This is probably one of the worst contracts in my many years of public service that I've had anything to do with. There's so many unanswered questions, fraught with questions from the beginning. So I'm going to put a motion on the floor. We can vote it up or vote it down. And my motion is to rescind this $2 million that was allocated for this biometric, whatever you call it. That's my motion.
I have a question about your motion.
You got a motion on the floor in a second. You have a question?
My question is, if we rescind this contract, what impact will that have on the jail and the sheriff's operation?
All right.
Yes, sir.
So two things that need to be pointed out.
The jail and the operation?
Well, there are a couple things that we need to point out. One, and maybe the county attorney can opine, the question should be, because this board, prior to some people getting on the board, has had several opinions from several county attorneys as to the constitutionality of the sheriff entering into contracts. That's the first thing. To answer your question directly, Commissioner Hall, we actually have individuals wearing this band. We actually have alerts. And let me be clear, from the inception, we did an entire story on FGTV. We've had multiple media outlets that have really looked at what we're doing and focusing on trying to save lives. So here's what I would suggest to you. If we move in that direction, and those 13 to 15 people that are wearing the bands now, that we are monitoring, if something happens, then that puts us in a very precarious position. Because right now, when the heart rate rises, when the heart rate dips, we have this information. This information can be texted to each of you if you like. So the technology is there, it is proven. I would only hope, if this is the direction, all right, ultimately, no one else dies.
Listen, this notion of deaths and constitutional, the powers of a constitution, I'm sick of hearing about that. The motion on the floor is to rescind the contract. It's properly made and seconded. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
I call to question.
I second the call to question.
Call the question. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Just a minute. Question's been called. Let's vote on the call of the question. Properly moved and seconded. Madam Clerk? Yes. Commissioner Ellis? Is the machine working or not working? All right. All right, the motion, just a minute, no, the motion on the floor, just a minute, I'm going to preside. The motion on the floor is to call the question. It's a proper motion. It was made and it's seconded. Now let's vote on the call of the question.
It's open on call the question.
On the call of the question only.
Nay.
And motion passes.
Nay for me.
That motion passes.
4 yeas, 2 nays. 3 nays.
All right, now back to the main motion, which is to rescind the 2.1 million. Let's vote on that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
No, you can't, that's not, that motion is out of order, Commissioner Arrington. Madam Clerk, this is on the motion, it's on the floor. All right, now, we can't do better. I want to do away with these machines. We can do it better with a voice vote or hand vote.
And the vote is open on to rescind the contract. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention.
Next item.
The next item that was moved up on today's agenda, on page 10, 230731, presentation and Best Atlanta update on tax allocation districts.
Good morning. I want to hit that mic right there so we can kind of,
I apologize, thank you.
we can hear you.
Good morning. Move it over.
Good morning.
There we go.
There we go.
There we
All
go.
right.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Dr. Eloisa Clementich, and I have my colleagues, VP of Planning, Jennifer, and our CFO, Nino. We have 9 quick slides for you today. First off, next slide. Or do I click this slide? As the presentation gets pulled up, I'll go ahead and start. We have exactly 10 tax allocation districts. We had 10 tax allocation districts in City of Atlanta, Fulton County. Thanks to your support, we have since closed 1, and we are down to our 9 tax allocation districts. There are two things in particular that we heard from you loud and clear last time we presented, and I thank you for that opportunity, was first off is, Eloisa, what is the value of the TADs? Now, there are a lot of great things happening in the TADs, but we would like to highlight two for this conversation today. The first is that it has direct impact to our constituents and the individuals that we serve here in Fulton County. But the second thing is the financial impact. So what I'd like to present is start with the financial impact. And once you receive this, the presentation is up. If not, I've sent that to you. Do I not see it? You see it? Nope. They're pulling it up. So what you're going to see when they pull it up is we broke down Fulton County into 3 areas. The first blue dark area, great, thank you. Next slide. It's the third. There we go, thank you so much. Back one. The first, what you see is the dark blue area. When it goes back one. Okay, the dark blue area is the TADs. Thank you so much. The second area is that light blue area, and we're calling it the halo impact buffer, and this is a half a mile radius from the TAD, and the rest is the Fulton County. Now, what we had suspected is a concept called spillover, that the work that was actually happening in the TAD was starting to have a financial impact to all of our taxing jurisdictions. So what we did is we had our data team run the analysis looking at assessed value of real property from 2007 to 2023. And what we found, next slide, is that within that dark area, which is the TAD area, from that period of 2007 to 2023, the assessed value grew from $3.9 billion to $10.9 billion. So the TAD saw an increase in assessed value of 177%, which we had presented here before. But the piece we hadn't, and we believed this spillover is happening, the data proved it out. So we pulled $15.8 billion in assessed value in 2007, had grown to $37.7 billion at 2023. That is a 138% increase. In comparison, we also ran the Fulton County area, other, so anywhere else that's not in these 2 areas. That assessed value grew from $24.6 billion to $48.8 billion, which was 98% increase. Basically what that means is in that TAD halo area, we see a 40% difference between the TAD halo and the rest of Fulton County. So in summary, what we believe is it's hard to say that everything of this growth is due to the TAD, but we believe that the projects and the investments, and I want to thank this commission again for your support, is really making a difference in the TADs, and we know that's long-term. But what is interesting is that the impacts to the TAD halo area are also being realized and being realized today in the tax rolls today to all of the taxing jurisdictions. And so we believe that this is an important measure to the success of the TAD. So the second area, next slide, that we wanted to touch base on is just understanding for the residents that are watching is the impact that these investments have for Fulton County. So we've, since January to August of this year, we've expended about $11 million in 10 projects across 4 TADs. If we look at the leverage amount, that's over total investment of $141 million. So the question is, what type of projects? I'm only going to highlight very quickly 5 of them to give you a sense. Next slide. This slide shows where in the city in particular the investments have been. Next slide. So the first one is Centerwell at the top of the screen. What you'll see is it's taken an abandoned building on Donnelly Hollowell. This has really been an abandoned building for many, many years. And it's provided something we are very excited about. There was a grand opening in July, and it will now provide healthcare services to seniors. The last time I walked around there, really it's one of the only areas that seniors can access some of their basic medical needs in this part of town. We're excited about this grand opening. On the bottom of the slide, you'll see it's the historic Old Fellows Building on Sweet Auburn. And you made a presentation earlier today to Georgia Works. This is the building that Georgia Works will be able to occupy. And I'd like to say that thanks to you and your commitment, you also supported their success and their growth in our city. Next slide. The next is the Prince Hall Mason Lodge, a very crucial, it's a previous slide, the very crucial project in our city. Why? Because of the historic contents of this building. This received a pre-development loan fund and a $1.5 million East Side TAD grant for the rehabilitation of this building. We will not only preserve the building and have retail, but we've teamed up with some of our colleagues at the National Park Service who are going to do education and interpretive exhibit because Martin Luther King's office was in this building. And underneath is Cary Park Phase 1. This is a single-family development project. It received a $1.5 million grant for 20 affordable houses for sale using the community land trust model. Next slide. And lastly, let me close with this. Inglewood Senior. This is going to be a development in the Chosewood neighborhood. It's going to provide 160 units of affordable housing to seniors and to others at a 60% AMI level and less. And this project, I should note, is also on the belt line. Lastly, let me just close with, I want to thank you for your commitment on this journey, this commitment to make impact. Not only are we providing affordable housing, single-family housing, addressing the health needs, providing opportunities for the homeless, preservation of historic sites, but together we are finding ways to continue to increase the tax value and the assessment for the county and the city. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We've got Commissioner Barrett. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Klementich, for bringing the information to us. I know it's been a bit of a fraught day, so I don't know if you're going to get the intensity you might have on a different day in terms of the level of detailed questions. But I do think it's important to point out not only the financial data that you brought as it relates to not only the growth within the TADs of 177%, but I believe it was, 133% in the Halo area, which we are already seeing the benefits of on our tax rolls today. So I think that's very important information, and the comparison to the rest of the county at 98% growth. So, there's a clear value in what you're doing in terms of just literally the bottom line, putting aside all the wonderful things that you all have been doing as it relates to, or I guess we, since I'm on the board, have all been doing as it relates to affordable housing and, some of these historic landmarks and things of that nature. So workforce housing, et cetera, et cetera. So, I really appreciate that. But I also wanted to, and I thought we had a slide or at one point about the closing dates for all of the TADs. But I do want to emphasize the fact that we are looking at sort of the last 6-7 years for some, less for others, of what have been 20-year projects plus. And I feel like I want to make the analogy of it's sort of like building a house when you've gotten the designs, you've broken ground, you've spent all the time and energy, and now we're down to the last few things that have to be done to get the house built, so to speak. And I know sometimes for us it feels like, well, these areas are already good, we should just stop being involved and take what we can and run. But this is sort of that last stretch for some of these TADs to get to the perfect house, so to speak. So I would ask my colleagues as discussion items come up about stepping back from the TADs in any way or reducing our contribution to the TADs in any way to look at the future gain, which is a future that is within a couple of years. We're not talking about another 20 years. We're talking about, Beltline closing in 2 years, and some of the others. So I think we're gonna see a real gain there. And if you could just speak to sort of what's, the timelines and what you see in the next few years, that'd
Yeah.
be great.
So we run every 3 years a completion study that looks specifically at each TAD, and when there's an opportunity to close the TADs, we are aggressively trying to do so. We're getting that same message from the city of Atlanta, so both of you are on the same page. So we are working very diligently to close them, and I hope we prove that. We said we would, and we were able to dissolve the Princeton Lakes TAD. But the reality is, to your point, we want to continue the work. We promised the community that we were going to work to finish this out, and we want to finish strong.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Abdur-Rahman?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to take the time to openly thank you all. You have always been accessible. You've always given me the information that I needed in a timely manner. I respect the work that you're doing, and it's not to say that any others don't, but I think sometimes we don't sing the praises like we should as often as we do with the disappointments. So I just want to take the time to publicly thank you for being responsive. Thank you for being on top of things. And I am an advocate, and I will be an advocate for all the good work that you all are doing. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you for coming and for making this presentation. I think it's very helpful to have this overview of where we are, where we're going. The only thing I would ask is if the completion reports that you just mentioned, if you could share those with us, that would be great as well.
I will send the most recent one, and we're asking for another one, so.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Thorne?
I concur with that, and it's great. It's great for me, being a representative of North Fulton, to see the work that you're doing. Love to perhaps maybe go on a tour and see some of these firsthand. I love the preservation of historic, especially. That's much needed. Is there a way, because up in the cities up north where I am, they're like stressing out that they're going to lose $300,000 in tax revenue because of a tax abatement in my city. So I hope you understand, like, the cities where I am, they want every dollar to be spent. So if there's any way we can close any of those TADs and divert that revenue to things that, because we're looking at a budget shortfall, it would help us immensely. But again, a lot of these are closing in 2031. I didn't know if you could also reveal to us other grants that you are getting. I was up in DC and meeting with different departments, federal departments, and it seemed like everywhere I went, they would, like I was at the national parks, and they said, yeah, Beltline's applied for a grant. Then I was at the DOT, oh yeah, the Beltline's, applied for a grant. So it'd be good to see what other funding and other partners that are working with you guys as well. If we could have that information, it'd be great. But once again, I just want to, I'm not criticizing any of the work. It's great for me to see it. And again, thank you for making Atlanta healthy, because if Atlanta's healthy, all of us are going to be healthy.
Thank you. And yes, I will put together.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Eloisa. I've known you since long before ever becoming a commissioner or even working for a commissioner. And the work that you have done has been a tremendous, just great work for this city and for this county. And to your team, you have an outstanding team that work with you. So I just want to tell you thank you publicly.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, hear none. Next item.
Thank you.
Bottom of page 5, county manager's renewal items under open and responsible government. 230711, real estate and asset management. Request approval to renew existing contracts in the total amount of $1,955,784 to provide on-site landscape, ground maintenance, and lawn care.
Any questions on this item? No. Waiting on it to appear on the screen. Here we go. Item is up. Any questions? It's been properly moved and seconded.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, 230712, request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $760,000 to provide bus and shuttle services.
Properly moved and seconded. Any questions? Let's vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230713, request approval to renew the existing contract in an amount not to exceed $440,290 to provide medical and clinical general cleaning services.
No questions. Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230714, request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 to provide all labor and breaking down of reconfigurations of existing workstations and office relocations.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's
And the
vote.
vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230715, request approval to renew existing contracts in an amount not to exceed $215,000 to provide fire sprinkler protection system maintenance services.
Okay, no questions. Been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, under Health and Human Services, 230716, Public Works, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $236,072 to provide water meter vaults.
Properly moved and seconded. No discussion. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230717, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount not to exceed $200,000 to provide fire hydrant maintenance repairs.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? See none. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Commissioners, it's 12:52. We're coming up on the operational report. I guess two suggestions. We'll get either one break for lunch or complete the action items and then come back to the operational report after executive session. Is there a preference? Okay. Is there a motion to move into executive session for purposes of litigation, real estate, and personnel? Been moved and seconded. Let's vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
First, is there a motion to approve termination of the IGA regarding tiny homes project with College Park, as set forth in item 4 of the executive session agenda?
Motion and a second. Vote. Next item.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
And regarding item number 5 of the executive session agenda, is there a motion to select Joe Barriswain as the interim director of FSEMA and to fulfill the statutory requirements for final appointment?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
No further action items from executive session.
Okay. Next item.
On page 7, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 230718, presentation of the Fulton County operational report.
Mr. Manager, I definitely don't want to shorten this item, but I think a lot of the commissioners may have reviewed this, and we might want to just get at specific questions folks may have. But I'll turn the report over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The report has been submitted to you. We will take any questions. Brief opening comments. You'll see that the ORCA project continues to work, reducing case backlog. Progress has slowed. There are initiatives, and we want to give a specific kudos to Judge McBurney for leading from the front on a weekend court that was first of its kind. So thanks to him as well as to the team for causing that to happen. I would remind you and our justice partners that this is a $75 million program funded through ARPA. It does end in October of 2024 vis-a-vis the funding. So the practical implication is to cease hiring for one-year appointments this month. Some have already expressed a desire as well as an intent to move these positions to the general fund, so we'll need your guidance, I think, during the budget process on that in light of the millage rate in 2024 budget implications. The Justice Scorecard continues to be, I think, a great resource. We used it this past week when Alton and I briefed Senator Albers and Senator Robertson as they began their work with the review of the Fulton County Jail. They thought it was very helpful, expressed their appreciation for the data, the analytics, and having a common baseline. Speaking of the jail, the sheriff already referenced this. In fact, I think his numbers were a little bit more recent than the ones included in the report, but we have 250 less detainees than we did at the 1st of September, but still hugely overcrowded. And just draw your attention to the fact that we admit, in fact, Commissioner Arrington, you asked this question last Friday when we were on the phone with you, over 400 a week. So it's a real treadmill, if you think about that, 400 new admissions every week to then get any substantial decrease. The other preview of coming attraction is that we have 1,400 people out on ankle monitors today. That's an enormous growth in the number, by the way, funded by the county. We'll be discussing that in the next meeting because we'll be seeking additional funding for that program through the end of the year. Also, with a year to go on ORCA, I would suggest, and we have begun discussing, looking at efforts to drive down the non-ORCA backlog. So still more work to come on that with our justice partners. We have included the jail maintenance summary. We have made that, I think, more readable and understandable. Joe Davis can discuss specifics on routine maintenance as well as the work on the Blitz plan with One North concluding, and the sheriff is correct, that has taken us an extended period of time for a variety of reasons, but now we feel like we have it in a better position going forward. As you know, at the same time Joe is focused on things like that, he had a little thing like a fire in this location last Friday. Fortunately, the fire started outside of the building on a grate. If you've heard those details, it did get in through the air handling systems. Subsequently, of course, that is what pushed the smoke into the building, creating the necessity for an alarm and evacuation. After the Atlanta Fire Department left, we determined that there was some fire that was smoldering in those vents. So they rapidly returned and cleared that fire out. But I want to thank Joe, as always, for being on top of this, not only during the event, but then with the restoration efforts subsequently, which I think restored the building, obviously, to full working order on Monday. I also want to thank Sharon for being the manager on call, so to speak. I was in Kentucky, and she did a terrific job of keeping everything calm and herding the cats while I was gone, keeping me informed as well. So Sharon, thank you for that. On another important matter, countywide, as I've continued to report, the negotiations with Grady continue to go quite well on a new operating agreement. As I indicated, I think we've substantially agreed on all of the terms. There's one item that we're now still working at the CEO level. Anticipate having that put to bed this week or so. And again, just kudos to John Halpert, Ryan, Tim, and Shannon for their great teamwork to resolve. I also want to thank John personally. My son was involved in a serious car accident with his girlfriend about a week ago, and he was fine. She was light-flighted to Grady, and John and their staff did a tremendous job meeting us and helping us through that stressful time. Also last, at the county level, we continue to review the 2024 budget enhancement request. As we sent you in a BOC memo, we'll plan to have a summary of those enhancements to you by 10/27. That's the Friday before the 11/1 BOC meeting, and we'll seek any feedback that you have at that time on those enhancements, our prioritization as we see those enhancements falling before we submit a budget on 11/15. So with that, Vice Chair, I'll turn to Mr. Adams to point out some of the highlights and then really more quickly get to your questions. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, County Manager. You touched on a number of the highlights as you went through your overview. I'll just touch on a couple of things. One, we continue to make progress. We had a bit of a slowdown in September, in part due to a bit of a slowdown on Solicitor General and a rather large slowdown in Magistrate Court. In my discussions with the Solicitor General, I think we're going to change a bit of our focus, dedicate some additional resources to focus exclusively on some of the older cases. So I expect that to change as we move forward. The other thing I'd like to point out on the next slide is the hiring progress. We added 15 individuals in the month of September. And as you indicated, at this point in time, we've indicated that we will not be adding any additional hires because that will require us to, adding hires would basically derail the plan, which is basically to wind down and hit the $75 million goal that we have been given. We do feel, however, that given where everyone is staffed, it will allow us to meet the needs of each one of the agencies at this point in time. You talked about the scorecard. Nothing, I guess, to highlight except that we continue to have approximately 34% of the people in the jail who who have not been indicted. We have 105 less people unindicted in the jail. A lot of them have been given a bond. So that continues to be one of the things that we look to accelerate cases through the system. You touched on the jail population that has gone down significantly over the last 4 weeks. And to your point, the sheriff numbers today, our numbers are based on last month. So the sheriff's numbers would indicate that we're down another 200 to 300 individuals since this was printed, which is great news. And a lot of those seem to be in the main jail, Rice Street, which obviously is a big priority. The next slide, or the slide on the jail population facility utilization, hasn't changed dramatically. What it does point out is we continue to have beds at ACDC, at Cobb County, and a few at the South Annex. Certainly, the ACDC and Otter County tend to be constrained, or use of those tends to be constrained in part by the availability of our correctional officers to staff those facilities where we have beds, but we don't have any correctional officers that are part of part of that agreement. Next slide talks to as I mentioned, the unindicted individuals in the jail, so no additional information there. And then finally, on the last slide where we talk about, or second to last slide, we talk about population reduction initiatives. There are two things. One, really do thank Judge McBurney for agreeing to pilot the weekend court. It actually went off very well, given the fact that it was our first time. And so we are trying to make sure that we can continue that, getting a little bit of pushback from a couple of our partners who say they need more resources to do that. But I do think we made a big step in something that's certainly a bit revolutionary for Fulton County. The second thing, though, just as big, is the fact that the bench, the Superior Court bench, voted to establish a competency calendar. That's going to be headed by Judge Ingram, slated to start sometime in November, and that's a big deal. And it's something that probably has been long in coming. Here again, not a lot of counties have that. We benchmarked ours against Savannah and a couple of other places around the country. But given the number of individuals that we have that have some of these challenges, that need to have a court, having a calendar like this, I think will make a big difference. And then in terms of priorities, we continue to focus on ORCA, continue to look at, to the county manager's comments, continue to look at early indicators for the development of a post-ORCA backlog, and then obviously establishing and implementing the wind-down plan to ensure that we meet the $75 million target that's been given to us by the board. Happy to take any other questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ellis. I understand that the state may have a couple $100 million of ORCA or ARPA money, not ORCA, I guess ORCA's ours internally. They may have a couple $100 million of ARPA money for criminal justice. And to the extent that we are running out or looking at the end of our ARPA dollars, and we may need additional money to extend our ORCA program, which, if we're down from 3,600 people to 3,000, we're at least moving in the right direction. And so I guess my question is, Mr. Manager, if you and your staff could contact the state to see, I guess, one, to confirm if in fact they have $200 million of ARPA money for criminal justice, and then if they do have some, you know, might we be able to get some, right?
Yes, sir.
I think we're like 10% of the state population, so in my mind, 10% sounds real good.
Yes, sir, I'll follow up on that.
Thank you. I mean, because that could create $20 million to help with our existing backlog of cases, our ORCA backlog, and these ORCA positions that may be running out that we need more money for. And I guess I'll have to bring back, Madam Attorney, if you could help me bring back something at the next meeting, a resolution that will allow our justice partners to continue the work that they're doing. And maybe we can cut back on some of the other ORCA stuff, but I don't want to see us lose the gains that we've made. I don't want to go back up to 3,600. I want to go down to 2,500 and 2,000. And so I don't want to do anything that might jeopardize the progress that we've made in our criminal justice system with the ORCA positions that we have authorized even on a temporary basis. And hopefully, Madam CFO, we can get some money from the state because I understand that we're running out of our ARPA funds that we've allocated for the ORCA project. So hopefully there's some money there available. Now, I saw something on one of these slides that said 100% felony. Go back to that slide, something like
Which one, Commissioner?
the
Keep
one
going.
that said, yeah, keep going.
Yeah, that right there. Go back. 100% clearance rate. Okay, that's the goal.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right. And we were at 72%.
That was the baseline in May, where we were when we established the objectives. So basically, that's where we were at the time that we said, okay, we want to go ahead and shoot for 100%. And so we were at 72% in May, and we've actually gone down relative to that over the last, 4 months, 5 months.
All right. It's a little confusing for me because on the top line, we got a 9-day decrease in green, and then on the fourth line, we got a 7% increase in green. So I'm visually, I'm looking for increases and decreases to be the same color, and so I guess that's why it's confusing for me.
Okay.
Right? So 17% decrease is actually good, right? We're down from our goals, or we're going backwards?
We're going backwards. In other words, in May, we were at 72%. We wanted to go to 100. And today, as we sit here in September, that number is actually 55%. So that's moving in the wrong direction.
So, okay, so define for me, what is a clearance rate for felony criminal cases?
It's basically defined as the rate the number of cases that you clear relative to the number of cases that come in over a period of time. So in over a year, let's say if you bring in 100 new cases or 1,000 new cases that are felonies, you would be expected to have cleared 1,000 of those cases, which would be at 100%. That's correct.
Just want to match, like if you're not doing 100%, you're building some level of backlog. That's all it's saying.
All right, thank you.
And Commissioner Arrington, on your point about the state, we will call them. At the time, Judge Brasher was actually on the committee of other judges that established that funding at the state level. And my understanding is that they did establish a fund. I don't think it was $200 million. I think it was less than that. And but they did it with the understanding, rightly or wrongly, that Fulton had already allocated $75 million towards Project Orca. So we do need to go back. I don't know how much money is currently available or where they are in the process. The other thing that was a little different is that unlike the way we did it, which is where we dedicated funds to hire people and fund operations ahead of time, theirs was a reimbursement model. So the counties had to actually go out, spend the money, and then go back to the state to get reimbursed. So it was just a bit of a different approach, but we'll go ahead and contact them and see what might be remaining.
Yeah, let's definitely find out how much is, if any, is still available. And to the extent that we may not have needed it when we had $75 million,
Yep.
How much do we have now?
We've got about, our run rate is roughly $2 million a month. So I'd say we have about 26 million left.
But we anticipate that we will need more and that we will need to extend or turn some of those temporary positions into full-term positions.
Yeah, if you wanted to extend those positions beyond October, we would need to have some incremental funding from the general fund. And the county manager has asked us to come up with an analysis of what that would cost if we were to extend it. So whether we sourced it from the state or another source, we're in the process of identifying what it would take to extend all or most of those positions beyond October of 2024.
All right, we may want to add to the scorecard the number of people. I mean, I don't know how we have a 600-person decrease in jail population and that's not on the scorecard. Seems like that would be the first thing up there. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I just had a question about the hiring for, I believe, just the ORCA positions, but so if I'm understanding this situation, it's that we're telling our justice partners that they cannot hire any new Orca positions as of the end of this month, essentially a couple days from now.
Well, telling them is a little, we have weekly, not weekly, monthly stakeholder meetings. We have a model that says that when we extended the period from December of 2023 to October of 2024, there was a clear understanding that it means we had to have a model to reduce the hiring over a period of time to be able to get to the $75 million expenditure. And that basically said that at some point in time, we would move from hiring, we would hold it flat, and then those positions would start to move into the general fund. So we have a model that says to get to 75 million, this is the process that it would take, and at some point in time, you have to stop hiring, otherwise you never get there.
Well, there seems to be some confusion because what I'm hearing is that they were told at the beginning of this month via email, I believe I've seen some of the emails, that like around October 3rd, 5th, somewhere in there, that they had to get all of their hires done and in by, and there was no stop hiring a certain number of people. It was whatever hires you have coming need to be in by the second pay period in October, whatever date that was. I think it's October 25th is the date is coming into my brain. But on October 5th, it was already, and again, this is like a Mr. Herman / finance question, I'm not really sure, but it sounds like there was some confusion about that they're being told they have to get this done in 3 weeks, but the process can't be done in 3 weeks because, and the example I was given is somebody has resigned, they have left, but they haven't gotten their final paycheck yet, and they haven't gotten all the whatever, so they're not fully out of the system, so therefore they can't hire the new person until the old one has gone through all of the exit things that need to happen, and so now they're in a position where they've made an offer, several offers apparently, and aren't going to be able to get those people hired because it's going to hit in November instead of October. So I'm just... Well,
if I can, maybe introduce some. The facts are we have a monthly stakeholder meeting, the one we had in August 29th, I believe. Everyone who decided to join that call, some stakeholders don't think it's important enough. We announced that that's just part of the process. At the county manager's executive team meeting in September, we again reiterated that this was going to be the plan moving forward. And so here again, there are some agencies that decide that they don't want to be part of that process. I don't know what to tell you in that regard. So this was not an October 5th announcement. There was no surprise. And in fact, I've talked to all 12 agencies who are affected by this. We only have one agency who claims to have not been aware of it and has a problem. So in fact, we started this communication well before October.
Well, look, I don't have all the ins and outs of the communication, but with all due respect, we don't have control over what they're doing operationally. If they have positions in their budget, they should be able to hire those people. So I'm confused about who's telling who to do what here and who's saying no to them doing what they want to do with their budget.
It's not their budget.
But they have budgeted positions.
No, they don't. With all due, I don't like to use that term because it's not. There is a plan. The plan says to get to 75. The board has said to us to do two things. We want you to reduce the number of backlog cases by as much as possible between now and October. And we want you to do it within a budget of $75 million. Okay? So to meet the second goal of $75 million, it requires us to reduce hiring, right, and stop hiring at some point in time so that we can, in fact, by the time we get to October, reach that $75 million.
So you have a slide here that shows that they have a certain number of Orca positions. Where's the sliding scale where their number of positions decline?
It's not a slide, we have a model, and I'm happy to share the detailed Excel spreadsheet that shows you exactly what the wind down looks like between now and October of 2024. Very detailed, to allow us to get to, what I will also tell you is that today, as we sit here today, we're about $600,000 over budget. So there is no flexibility to say, well, hey, let's just go ahead and forget about October, let everybody do their own thing. Here again, as I said, if it's the will of the board to say, forget about the $75 million target, that doesn't matter, then we can do that. But what I'm sharing with you, and maybe not as well as I could, is that we have a very clear plan that's been shared that says to get from where we are to where we need to be in October 2024, we have to wind down a certain level of hiring. We've assumed a certain level of expenses to be able to get to that number. And I'm not an elected official, I'm not an attorney, but I've built a lot of budgets. And I understand how to model stuff. And what I'm saying to you is if we want to relax that, we can do that, but it will start to impact our ability to meet the budget.
I'm gonna let someone else continue. This doesn't make sense to me. Offers have been made to people and we're not processing paperwork. That's the issue I have. So either this is not getting communicated clearly, or or multiple of the departments, because I'm hearing this from more than one department. So if multiple departments over there believe they can continue to hire and are told when they start to process paperwork that they can't, or are receiving memos that they know they aren't gonna be able to accomplish this in the time frame, then we have a communication problem at minimum, and we have a process problem more likely. So something is going on here, and I think the right people need to be in the room having this conversation to get this cleared up. And I'm not sure this $75 million cap on the budget, in particular around ORCA, I think is a separate issue from. I understand that they're connected, but either they have a certain number of open jobs or they don't. And if they do, and then they're hiring for those jobs. And I understand that we don't want to continue to hire for those beyond the end of the year because they are going to be, wrapping up next October. I understand that, but I think the understanding was that through the end of this year, they could continue to make those hires. And now that somehow is no longer true. So, I'm not sure where we go from here, but I don't feel like this has been resolved. And I think there needs to be more conversation. I suspect there'll be some more here. And then I think we may need to have some more following this meeting.
Commissioner Thorne?
I just had a quick question on the population reduction initiatives. It said that the sheriff's office has doubled the number of inmate transports to Superior Court. Do you know what the number was and what it's been doubled to?
I do not. That was one of the first things that was initiated. That was started in March, but I can find out for you.
Because
can let you know.
I met with some judges, and that was one of the concerns that they had, that they're only allowed 15 inmates a week, or 15 inmates a month, on they can only get them delivered Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and that if they could expand the number of inmate transports, then it would help them put more cases on their dockets.
And I will find out. I think one of the constraints is not the transport; it's the holding cells that we have at the courthouse. There's a limited number of space, which is why.
I think they were talking about maybe a third day.
Understand.
Tuesday,
I'll find.
Wednesday,
I just don't know enough details, Commissioner, about the. I thought they were transported every day, or at least 4 days a week. But I'll find out more details and let you know.
And then it might be off topic, but the state senate has formed a committee that came down to visit the jail. Perhaps if they come forward with recommendations, that's something that they might be willing to spend their money on, or do you have any talk about what their intentions are?
But as the county manager pointed out, we had an hour conversation with two of the senators earlier this week, just to brief them on some of the things that we had done, and so. But that's the only perspective I can share on what their intentions are, or timing, or anything else.
When I spoke with one of the senators, he said they were thinking of bringing on some retired judges, some additional help to clear the backlog. When I met with the judges the other day, some of them said that the accountability courts take a lot of time because you're really building a relationship with each inmate and trying to help get them through the process. So perhaps we move the accountability courts to retired judges. That's just a thought.
No, it's interesting. One of the things that Judge Taylor and Judge McBurney are talking about is combining the accountability courts for state and Superior Court. That would give us more capacity and also perhaps be a little more efficient in terms of uses of judges. As you know, we've been using senior judges in Superior Court, and so to the extent that some of those assets of those individuals could be repurposed to help, here again, something I can ask when I talk to Judge Glanville.
Okay, great.
Happy to.
Commissioner Abdur-Rahman?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Alton, I really would like to know a resolve. Not sure what happened, not sure if somebody didn't show up or not, but my question is, there is an ask, if it is the will of this board to fulfill that ask for a delay. That is my question for it to be done. And when can it be done? Can we go another 30 days? Can we go by December 15th? What would be the final date for the people that they already have vetted and they're trying to hire, trying to find a resolve? And in county manager, if you want to weigh in, or the county attorney, but at this point, I want to find a resolve. I don't want to do any finger pointing or any conjecture about anything. I just want to get it done if it is the will of this board. And so that's the question I'm asking you.
So I'll start and I'll let the county manager win. It can certainly be done, Commissioner. It will have a financial impact, but if you say let's extend it for all the agencies or whatever for the rest of the year, we can go back and calculate what that would be, and then perhaps we could put the difference in the budget for 2024. But certainly we could do that and get back to you.
County manager, did you want to wait?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I think this is the preview of coming attractions, right? This is today's battle. Well, we should be able to hire through the end of the year, even though we've all known for 3 years that this is a 3-year program with 1-year appointments, right? So it doesn't take a math major to figure out that if it ends in October 24, then hiring ends in October of 23. Set that aside for a moment. What's coming as an attraction is all these positions need to be maintained, even though this program is now over. That's the bigger issue, far bigger than can they hire for 2 or 3 more months. So I think we need to, and there's not been, I would say, clarity. Let me rephrase that. We believe in our offsites that we walked away with an understanding from the board that this program ended in 2024 and that positions would be eliminated then because it was a special project to reduce the backlog. Therefore, there was no assumption then built in for continued funding of these positions going forward. Operating on that basis, it's kind of counterintuitive to go back and start trying to hire through the end of the year to continue something that you've already said through the millage rate decision and explicitly through answering that question that these positions would not continue in the general fund. So I think we need some clarity on exactly what your direction is, because then all of these fit together in a different, perhaps in a different way. The $75 million, of course, is federal funding. There's not another, I don't want to say there's not another budget to go to. It would be an impact on the general fund to supplement Project Orca if we continue to hire and continue to staff into 2024. But that's the bigger issue.
County attorney, did you want to weigh in?
So obviously, I can't speak to the operational planning, but just as to the ORCA funding, the funds, if they come from ARPA, which my understanding is that they do derive from ARPA funding, must be expended within the 2024 year. So I believe that is the origin of this wind down plan that they're describing in the county manager's office, because those funds cannot be utilized outside of 2024.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give my colleagues the opportunity to weigh in because I think it is some miscommunication, Commissioner Barrett. So I will reserve my comment because I'm going to need some additional information. But if the funding is there already, versus having to create the funding, that's where the loss is for me. I'm just being candid with you all. And so I'm going to close out my commentary on this, notwithstanding that I still would like to know if, in fact, it can be done, what would be the financial impact? Because I'm not asking for all offices. I'm asking for the DA. I want to be crystal clear about that. And so I'll yield the rest of my comments.
Commissioner Arrington.
So I think you're hearing at least 3 commissioners say that while that may be a good plan, we may have to be able to adapt. Let's go back to the priority side. Somebody pull up the priority side. I want to look at what our priorities are, see if that can help guide us. No, I think it was the last one. I think it was the last slide. Okay, now, what's the number 1 priority up there, priority on that sheet? To accelerate Orca case resolution and performance. Is stopping the district attorney from continuing to hire going to accelerate Orca case resolution and performance? I think not. Let's look at the second priority. Implement multi-agency jail reduction plan. Is stopping the district attorney from hiring additional people through the end of the year going to help implement a multi-agency jail reduction plan? No. Prevent post-Orca backlog. Is stopping the district attorney from hiring people going to help prevent a post-Orca backlog? No. Look at the priorities. The priorities tell us what we need to do. The priorities say, no, don't do this. Establish and implement a 12-month Orca wind-down plan. That's the 4th priority up there. The first 3 all indicate that she should still be able to hire. You got 3 commissioners saying let her hire. And apparently there might just be $200 million in additional ARPA funding that the state has available. So let's be guided by our priorities, or either we need to erase those priorities or we need to rearrange them. Because we can't put 1, 2, and 3 up there as priorities and then not let people hire to the end of the year. How are we going to accelerate Orca case resolution and performance if the district attorney can't hire people? It sounds like she needs to hire someone to be at that meeting. She might need some extra positions. She's in court. She can't come to your meeting. She's not worried about your meeting. She's worried about priority number 1, accelerating Orca case resolution. The best place for her to accelerate Orca case resolution is in the courtroom, not at your meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Because first of all, I was going to say that we should not assume that the absence of someone who has been invited to a meeting means something negative or means that they are not trying to cooperate. They just may very well have something else on their calendar to do. I get plenty of people sending stuff directly to my calendar, and my team is sitting there like nobody even contacted us. They just put it on your calendar. and I have a lot of other things that I've already committed to. So let's just try to be positive because we all want the same thing. So my first question is there a plan of action to ensure that we're not abandoning the departments who are part of the ORCA project and that we are continuing to address the needs that Commissioner Arrington so eloquently pointed out to us are priorities in this very presentation? That's my first question. Anyone? Alton?
Not quite sure I understand the question, but if you're saying what do we do working with our agencies, we have a weekly meeting with different folks. I talk to individuals from most of the agencies on two or three times a week, depending on the agency. So I talk to Judge Taylor probably more often, and Judge Glanville a little more often. I talk to solicitor 3 times a week. So it depends around not only ORCA, but any other things that they need assistance with to help to drive the cases forward. So we do have a bit. Maybe I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, I think you didn't understand it. So I'll use the language that our county attorney used. She said there's a wind down plan. I just want to know, what's the wind back up plan? Because it appears that we are going to just abandon the ORCA plan altogether just because the ORCA funding will no longer be available. I have not seen or heard anyone speak to what is the plan of action to ensure that we move forward successfully, continue to move forward successfully after the ORCA funding is gone. And I haven't seen that wind back up plan or heard anything concerning the wind back up plan. And that's my question. What's that plan of action look like? If you're talking to all of these people, then where are you all in that discussion?
Good question. We don't have I'm not sure I'd call it a wind back up plan, but I think a continuation plan.
That's
because
fine.
I think there is a sentiment, right, shared by the justice partners and probably most of the folks on the board, that we need to have something after ORCA expires. And at what level, what agencies, is a good question. That's something that we'd have to develop. Yeah. But it really isn't, it'd be a combination of things, right? It'd be how do we fund positions that are supposed to roll off of ORCA over that 10 months and keep them? And then what does it take after that to have to afford everyone? Right now we're running at about $2 million a month, right, for Project ORCA. So, that would mean that November, December would be about $2 million each, and then we'd have to figure out how we fund the roll-off. And so we could come up with that says, hey, if we want to keep these positions, or 80% of them, or 90% of them, or some of them we may not have to have all agencies, or we may not need as many investigators, or need more attorneys, whatever. This is what that number looks like, and that could be put in the general fund for 2024. So don't have that yet, Commissioner, but it is something that at the direction of the county manager early this week, we're going to start to put together and come back to the board with the recommendation on.
Okay, so you just said at the direction of the county manager this week that you will start working on that?
Yeah, I think he got some input from a couple of the commissioners, so he passed that down to me. That's correct.
All right, and it was said here by someone, I'm not sure if it was Commissioner Arrington or not, that we started this as a special project to reduce the backlog. But also we have to take into account that what has been exposed is that there are many other issues other than the backlog that we're addressing as well, and the biggest issue being the jail overcrowding. And so what I'm hearing and I'm seeing is that a lot of people are starting to look for other jobs because they know that the funding will no longer cover their positions. And there needs to be a plan of retention so that these people don't leave after they have been very successful in being a part of this project, and reducing, and I'm looking at the numbers here where it's showing there's been a reduction in cases and everything, and I agree with Commissioner Arrington when he said, why is that number not on here? Because it's a significant number of reductions in the, let's see, this average weekly jail population by facility. There was a significant decrease on that page 13. And so we need to have a plan to continue. And what I'm hearing from these departments that are listed on page 8 is that they don't know of any such plan, and the people that work for them under the ORCA plan are already starting to leave and already starting to look. And we do not need that to happen. If we can put in a plan to retain these people on the other side of ORCA, we need to let that be known to them so they have some sense of security that they can stay and continue the work that they're already doing.
I don't disagree, Commissioner. When we, in the discussions with the various heads of the agencies, a couple of things. One, we've talked about making sure we fill any vacancies in general fund positions with individuals who came in through ORCA. I think the public defender has hired like 20 people who came in through ORCA and are now full-time. And so the expectation is, given that we have a 15% turnover on average for our departments, that we'd be able to use a lot of those open positions and move ORCA folks into those. But to your point, we don't have a plan that says, okay, how do we keep them? Here again, to the county manager's point, ORCA was designed very specifically to deal with backlog cases, and because that's what's required as part of the ARPA funding. And so it has been very tightly focused on that. To your point, there are some things that arguably should be continued. That just hasn't been part of the ORCA plan, but something that could be added to that for sure.
Yes,
Or done in addition to that, let me put it that way, yeah.
Yes, thank you. And I had one last question, and I'm not sure if I'm jumping forward a little bit, but it's concerning the jail maintenance and repairs report. Do you want me to hold that question, or?
Yeah, I think Joe's going to talk a little bit to that in a few minutes.
Okay.
Go
ahead and ask your question.
Okay, great. So it says page 2 under jail maintenance and repairs, and I was looking at that page and I added up, in the pie chart that says work orders by repair item September 1st through the 30th. I added those numbers up, it came to 990. But then when you look to the left under September's numbers, it says 953, and I'm wondering what is the discrepancy in the work orders? Is it because there were only 953 work orders that were entered into the system, but there were actually a total of 990 altogether, but they just weren't all entered? Can you clarify what's going on there?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Joseph Davis. So the data that you see before you is extracted from our Maximo computerized maintenance management system. One thing that has to be remembered as it relates to this data in particular is that when you see work orders entered, those are the work orders that are literally created during the calendar month. Unfortunately, there are work orders that languish from the previous month that are completed during the current month. So that explains the skewing of the data that you see in front of you. If you'll note, the chart says August, 1,065 work orders entered, 994 completed in August, 66 completed in September. Those are some of the work orders that are held over from being entered in August that were not able to be completed until the following month. We experience this phenomenon not only here at the jail, but whenever we're also pulling statistics from the rest of the county. So we basically list what we call issued and completed so that you'll have a clear number that says these are what were entered during the month and completed during the month, but that's going to always differ from total number of work orders completed.
So you're saying that the number 66 should be in the numbers that are for September?
That is correct. They will be in the total number for completed during the month of September.
So then what should the total number completed in September actually be?
So if you look at completed in September from August, the 926 completed in September, if you add the 66 that were, and I'll be honest with you, I did not prepare the data on this particular table. I would need to see what our team pulled from the database.
Yes.
If this were a spreadsheet that we generate in terms of a report, it clearly delineates the difference. So not knowing exactly where they pulled that number from, I can follow up on that and get that information to you.
Okay, I would appreciate that because the numbers aren't making sense on the paper. And having constituents who watch this very closely, I want them to have the most accurate and true information because we have so much conversation about it.
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing is what I did not see and I would like to see is a more detailed maintenance report. So let me use an example. For instance, you have a legend down here that has the little colored dots that tells you doors, lights, toilet, sink, pipes, drains, showers, miscellaneous. And I have had constituents contact me about their loved ones who are in jail and saying the toilets don't work and things like that. But there's nothing that shows, okay, we started with, let's see, let's say doors. So doors is supposed to be blue. But there's two blue, I don't know which blue on this pie chart is for doors. Is it 53 or is it 114?
It's the 114.
Okay, so 114, there are 114 doors that needed repairing. So how many of them are repaired to date? That's what I don't see.
I understand, and I will acknowledge that the 114 doesn't necessarily correlate to 114 doors. It could be that there were 114 door work orders completed. Sometimes what we often find now is having to go back and redo work as a result of subsequent damage being done after repairs are made. But that doesn't really give you a sense when you see the 114.
Yeah.
This particular report was compressed from prior reports sent during the operational report that did break out this data in multiple ways so that you'll get a sense of exactly how much work is being done in each of these categories, and we can simply go back to providing that information.
Please, because to have constituents concerned about the repairs of certain things in the jail and not be able to point them to the data to show them that we are really working hard to take care of that is not good. And so it would be great to have that data readily available.
Yes, ma'am, and we can provide that.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Barrett.
I just have a question. Mr. County Manager, you mentioned that the appointments or hires were meant to be one-year terms for the folks that hired, for each of the years in the ORCA program. Does that mean they can't be hired for less than a year? I mean, is there a reason they couldn't be hired now and be told, or at the beginning of November or December and told that the position would be ending in October?
Often just remind, they're limited hire positions, not just 1 year. So, but we have 1 year left of funding. That's correct. Misspoke.
So it could be less than a year?
That is correct, Commissioner. There were limited hires, which meant that they expired in October, but they were full benefit positions, but yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to to allow approval of and processing of new hires by our justice partners for ORCA positions through the end of the year. Yeah.
Do you have the ability to quantify the financial implications of that and its impact potentially on our general fund budget?
We will be able to do that.
But do you have it right now?
No, I do not, in terms of what it'll cost, because I'm not sure, are we saying all the justice partners? Because I heard one person said just one agency. Are we saying everybody who has a request? And are those requests that have already been submitted, or do they include requests that come in November and December?
Commissioner Barrett was real clear in her motion.
I'm just trying to understand so I can't quantify it unless I understand.
Do you have the ability to quantify it?
I can, but is it, if we're saying that we're opening the doors, and if someone can come in December and say, I want to fill the rest of my positions, are different than if you're saying, fill the positions that have already been requested. I'm just trying to understand so I can quantify what.
Well, they would have to have people to hire, so I don't anticipate someone coming forward who has 20 open positions and saying, I magically have 20 people when I wasn't able to find 20 people all year long. So, I mean, I have not talked to every one of them, so I don't know how many of them have offers out. But I said all justice partners, and unless somebody wants to amend that, I will go forward with that.
Well, I mean, I just offer up this, before we vote on this. We gave y'all specific direction. If this was a closeout, we weren't going to continue funding. Now we're sort of getting in this and we're giving you a different direction. So this is the kind of nonsense that we kind of go through in terms of giving you one set of directions and then dialing it back in the midst of some other situation. I'm going to make a substitute motion to hold and bring back this particular concept when we've got something that's clearly quantified so we can actually vote on it and understand what the implications are of what we vote on. That's my motion, substitute motion to hold. It's been moved and seconded. Bring that up for vote.
The vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 3 nays. 4 nays with Commissioner Hall.
Bring it back to the original motion. Quickly.
Okay, never mind.
No, I mean, quickly. I mean, do you have something you need to ask or not? I mean, we've had a long discussion on this. Go ahead. Okay.
I mean, this is all new.
Right.
It's not on our agenda. I'm not informed. I mean, you guys had private conversations with, I guess, assume the DA. We don't know the cost ramifications, so for me, I can't make a decision one way or the other. And I don't think it's responsible for us to make a decision without us knowing what the ramifications are going to be, because we're talking our future budget here. So I don't think it's going to be cheap. Just my two.
Anybody else want to speak? Commissioner Hall?
I just want to clarify something. This is to ensure that they are able to hire up until the end of the year because they have been, it is their perception that they do not have that ability to do that, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Maybe I'll offer a friendly amendment. They be able to hire up to the beginning of the year, but only if doing so will not result in management's estimation of them exceeding the funds that we have allocated for Project Orca. How do you feel about that, Mr. Adams?
I'm fine with it. We can't exceed the 75 million because that's what we have from the feds. So anything above and beyond that would have to come from the general fund.
No, not to exceed from Orca or go into the general fund.
Well, if we don't do that, we'd have to roll back and we have to end the project in September rather than October. I mean, the math is, there are trade-offs there, which we could do that.
So it can't be done, if we do this, it may not necessarily be able to be done within the confines of Project Orca, and the funds may have to be gone and found in the general fund.
Right, because we're already over budget, so we'd have to find the fund somewhere else or reduce the time frame for Project Orca.
Okay, withdraw that amendment then. Commissioner Thorne, wish to be heard again? Commissioner Hall, you wish to be heard again?
It's this motion that I made, no amendment.
I just want to say something. I want to ask this question. Do they not have salary savings right now from not hiring and utilizing the funding that has been allocated for the hiring of positions?
We adjusted the budget to reflect when we collectively, because remember the project was supposed to end in December of 2023. We extended it to October of 2024. By extending it for those additional months, what it meant was basically reducing the amount of, so for example, in the case of the marshal, where they had 30 positions available and they had only filled 15, we took that additional 15, which we didn't think they'd be able to fill, and talking to them, and we allocated those to allow us to extend out until October. So to answer your question, there's no such thing as salary savings because we have in fact reallocated that to allow us to get to October 2024. And that's how we came up with the staffing plan and the operational plan.
So basically what you're saying is they had funding in salaries, and when that funding was not utilized, you took the salary savings and used it somewhere else. Is that how?
No, what I'm saying is we actually utilized it to extend an extra 10 months, not to use it anywhere else. So for example,
Extended for that particular department?
that's correct. So in the case of the marshal, for example, being able to do that allowed us to, and I'm just using that as an example.
Okay, well, if you use that money to extend, then, and they're still not hiring for positions, they're still gonna have more salary savings. Like Commissioner Barrett said, if you have someone that has 20 positions and they have not been able to fill those 20 positions, then that money is still sitting there.
But we've used it to rebudget, is what I'm saying. We've already.
Rebudget what?
To extend out. We look at the budget every month. So right now, we're $600,000 over budget.
Okay, so let's address that.
Okay.
Do we have a report or something on?
We don't have it in
the
here. We'll
600?
present it to you at the next meeting. But we track the numbers very, very, very closely.
Wait, hold on. Let's slow down. I won't talk over you and you
Okay,
won't talk
sorry,
over
I
me.
apologize.
I'm sorry?
I said I apologize, didn't mean to talk over you.
Okay. So you said there is a $600,000, no, you said we are $600,000 over budget. I'd like to see what that looks like.
Okay.
Because for us to sit here and say that we are $600,000 over budget and we have no idea what that looks like and what that means, that makes us look incompetent.
I didn't say we didn't know what that means.
Well,
What I'm
I don't
saying
know
is,
what it means.
well, okay.
Have you sent me a report about it and I just didn't see it?
We're $600,000 over budget at this point. We have a plan that reduces, that budget is made up of a number of things. Staffing, operational costs, some one-time costs.
You don't have to tell me. Okay. Just send it to me.
I will do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor, unless somebody wants to rescind it.
I think we're ready for a vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention.
Next item.
We still on,
Next item.
we're going to the next one, okay.
Yeah.
230719, Finance, review and approval of the October 18th budget soundings.
Motion and a second. Any questions? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230720, request approval of resolution authorizing the execution of a First Amendment to an installment sale agreement approved in 2019 and for other purposes.
Motion and a second. No discussion. Let's vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230721, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in the amount of $230,000 to provide comprehensive pest control services.
Got a motion and a second. No discussion. Let's vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 230722. Request approval of recommended proposals in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 to provide standby professional services for facilities related design, engineering, and assessments.
Properly moved and seconded. No one in the queue. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230723, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $130,000 to provide fuel and card management services.
Motion and a second. No discussion. Let's vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230724, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in the total amount of $275,000 to provide copy paper and related supplies.
A motion and a second. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Arts and Libraries, 230683, Arts and Culture, request approval of a resolution approving a sponsorship agreement template for use by the Department of Arts and Culture as amended.
Chairman Pitts had asked me to offer up a motion to hold this because he wanted to weigh in on this discussion. So I'd offer up a substitute motion to hold. Out of courtesy to him.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, brings us back to the original motion. Actually, go back to the queue, please. I think we had people in the queue.
Can you go back to the queue?
Okay. I'll be brief on this. I'm not in support of us doing any sponsorships. I think this is a bad practice and not a role that we should be playing within the context of county government. And in addition, if we are to do sponsorships, I think things should be come forth in front of the full board, for discussion. So those are my comments. I made the similar comments at the last meeting, so I'm not going to belabor that. Go back in the queue. Commissioner Barrett.
Call the question.
Second. Mr. Vice Chair, I think we need a vote.
And the vote is open. I'll call the question. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, brings us back to the original motion.
And the vote is open on the motion to approve as amended. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 abstention,
No. No for me.
and 1 nay with Vice Chair Ellis.
Next item.
Bottom of page 8, under Health and Human Services, 230725, Senior Services, request approval to increase spending authority in the amount of $132,841.35 to provide professional burial services.
Moved and seconded. No discussion. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, 230726, request approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $1,200,000 to provide transportation services, ride sharing to eligible residents age 60 and above.
Commissioner Thorne.
Yes, this was brought forward to us earlier in the year, knowing that we were going to have to approve because we decided not to implement any controls in the senior program. And that ride sharing has just increased drastically as you look through the years in the budget. And look at 2019, it was $381,000. Now we're up at almost 3 million, 2.9. And I foresee in the future that this is just gonna grow unless we put some controls in. So I simply can't vote for this based on that fact, because I feel like it's irresponsible on our part to implement some kind of controls in a program that seems to be expanding beyond our limits.
Commissioner Hall?
It was told to me through some data from the Atlanta Regional Commission that one of the fastest growing populations is the senior population. So if we see an increase in the need for services for seniors, I would relate it to the fact that that population is growing and in need. And my question to our Chief Financial Officer is, do we have a cap on how much we're spending, or I don't see Ladisa here.
She's not, Madam Commissioner. I'll take your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. So, I mean, is there some cap on what seniors need?
A cap from the department?
I heard Commissioner Thorne say something about we don't have a cap. Is there a need for a cap? We're keeping track of the overwhelming number of seniors who are requesting our services? We are, right?
Yes, ma'am. We track all of the ridership on our dashboard for senior services, and so we do keep track of that information.
And this is based off of the need? It is?
Yes, ma'am. It's based on the program parameters, so we have specific parameters for who's eligible, and once a senior meets that criteria, then we enroll them into the program.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Dr. Rochelle, just to clarify, what are the requirements to meet? Is it just age-based? It's not financial-based, is it?
No, ma'am. There is no financial requirement, so it's not based on income. It's based on your ability to travel independently as well as age.
Thank you. I just want to refresh memory here for the board. We had a presentation from the county manager team and Ladisa and Dr. Rochelle several months ago in which they suggested actually putting some parameters around the spending, and they did warn us that the spending was going to get exponentially larger, not only because of the population change, but because it is just popular to get a $1 Uber, and more people are learning about it and they're using it. So at the time, I was open to the ideas of some controls. I still think we should look into that for 2024 and beyond, but then just to continue refreshing everybody's memory, a vote was taken, the only vote that was taken in one of our retreat meetings upstairs was taken to take this money, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Rochelle, out of the health care reserve that I had asked to be set aside at the beginning of the year, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so that vote was taken. That was not actually the way I wanted to spend the money, but I was outvoted, and that outvoting included Commissioner Thorne, who's now saying she doesn't want to spend the money on it. So I'm a little bit confused by that, but I'll support it because we said it was coming from the healthcare reserve and the money is there this year to pay for it. But I do think we need to look at putting a requirement in place that it's for those seniors that have the financial need, as opposed to just anybody as one potential way to cap it, because by no means do I want to hurt our seniors who have financial need. On the other hand, I know with our budgetary constraints, we cannot allow this to continue to grow exponentially year over year.
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. We will present a means test model for consideration.
Commissioner Hall?
I just want to add, it should also include those seniors who have health issues and are not able to drive themselves, because we do have a lot of that with seniors who have disabilities or cataracts and different needs like that. So it needs to include everything that would debilitate them or cause them an inability to drive themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. It's moved and properly seconded. Let's open up the vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Commissioners' action items. Next item is Commissioner Arrington.
Yeah, he wants to hold that, so he's.
Commissioners' full board appointments, 230728, Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority. Chairman Pitts has nominated Vice Chairman Bob Ellis for a full board reappointment to a term ending November 1st, 2027.
Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 230729, Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority. Vice Chairman Ellis has nominated Chairman Rob Pitts for a full board reappointment to a term ending November 1st, 2027.
Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Next items are the items that were removed from consent. On page 2, first item was removed by Commissioner Thorne, 230693, request approval of the proposed 2024 Fulton County Board of Commissioners meeting calendar.
Commissioner Thorne, like to speak on this?
Yes, we added in a second meeting in July. And for me personally, getting through my first year, I kind of wondered what would happen in July. Would our meetings be double time? But they weren't. On 6/21, our meeting was 4 hours and 47 minutes. On 7/12, it was a little bit more at 6 hours. And then on 8/2, it was only 4 hours and 51 minutes. So I would like to see that recess break, not just for us, but for everybody, all the staff, to have a time in the year where we have a bit of an extended break. I'd also like to see us possibly, Commissioner Barrett's looked into possibly doing a retreat at another time, and that would essentially be adding a meeting in. Just my thoughts.
So what is your request for modification? To understand
So remove the second meeting in July.
that? So the meeting would be on July 10th?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Or on
just the
July
first meeting.
24th?
No, just the July 10th meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Is that the first Wednesday in July?
Pardon?
The one that she's saying, July 10th?
Oh, no, we moved the July 24th, keep the 10th.
Okay, all right. Upon a personal privilege, I know that Kenneth Herman and Hakeem and maybe even Alton, I'm getting married next year in that month. And so I've already made plans based on one meeting. So if y'all would be so kind, because I don't think I can get my deposits back. If we can keep it at that one, and those of you that are just gonna be upset, county manager, I see you over there about to cry too. I'm gonna officially be off the market. I would appreciate if if my colleagues would support Commissioner Thorne in this due to the fact it would put a financial burden on me to change all of that if we decide to do two meetings that month.
So just to be clear, when we vote on this, we're voting that there will be a meeting on July 10th. That is, and not on the 24th.
Exactly.
And everybody is good with that?
Is everybody good with that?
In terms of their knowledge,
Only for me.
knowledge of their calendars. Speak now or, okay. All right, so if
have no other conversation on this, then we will have a vote to approve the proposed 2024 Fulton County Board of Commissioners meeting calendar. It'll be as presented with the exception of the meeting on July 24th will be removed. Okay.
So noted.
All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Next item moved from consent as requested by Commissioner Hall. On page 2, 230696, Finance Ratification of September 2023 Grant Activity Report.
Thank you. I just had a question about adding some additional information to this report because, let's see, if you look at the Solicitor General's item, which says it's a grant for Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, Victims of Crime Act. This was first brought to my attention at the recent ACCG training when several commissioners from different counties started to speak on the fact that their funding, their grant funding had been cut for their victim advocates, and that they were, experiencing some unfortunate detriment to those that they serve. And when I saw this in here, the question that I had was, okay, so we received a cut too, and so what are we doing about it? Because hearing the other counties speak on how that cut has impacted them negatively, it made me aware of this also possibly having the potential to impact us negatively as well. And so if anyone can address what are we doing in relation to this? And then the second ask is, can we put a column on here or add some information for circumstances like this so we know if there has been a cut in a grant that could cause an impact to the people that we serve, so we can see that at a glance.
Commissioner, if I can, I just discussed this with the solicitor and his team last week when we were doing the budget review. And this is going to be one of the things that's included in the county manager's recommendation for 2024. Okay. As he explained it, just as you said, right, it's something that the cause is pretty straightforward. Yes. We got a reduction in the grant, and so to make up the difference, it's part of the proposed budget for 2024 for the solicitor.
Great, all right. And can we add that information from now on so that we know when there are cuts and grants that can cause issues like this?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, we'll revise the report format to include previous award amounts.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. It's been moved and seconded. Bring it forward for a vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
You got any other hidden agenda items that we need to discuss for the next hour?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, we
We
have
do.
one public comment.
One public
Email.
comment.
Yes.
All right. Go.
Clerk,
Yes,
is anybody
it's
on
Ben.
Zoom or they off Zoom?
Ben Howard.
Zoom, the Zoom people gone?
We actually have one more on Zoom.
Okay.
Vice Chair, I believe they say it's one on Zoom.
Are we ready to go?
Okay, so that person is Ben Howard.
All right, Mr. Howard, we're listening.
Thank you. Greetings, commissioners and fellow citizens. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. On the consent agenda, item 230694 was the proclamation by Commissioner Marvin Arrington memorializing the passing of Reverend Earl Calloway. Pastor Calloway departed this planet on the 25th day of September. On the website of the Housing Authority of Fulton County, we are told that HAFC is governed by a 9-member board of directors. The website then goes on to list 11. I said 11 board members, Pastor Calloway included among the 11. That same website continues to show 2 appointments by District 4 Commissioner Natalie Hall, Attorney Antavius Weems as chair, and Dr. Lamar White as vice chair. Not on the website are agendas or minutes of their meetings like tomorrow's. It's now time to bring in someone from the outside to peer inside those cloaked walls of what some see as a secret society. So stay tuned about more about HAFC.
And this concludes the Zoom public comments.
All right, thank you.
We have 2 email comments. The first from Reverend L.S. Allen. While I am encouraged and inspired by Commissioner Barrett's leadership in drafting a resolution to provide funding to South Fulton's only abortion fund, I am disappointed and distressed by the Board of Commissioners' inability to support this necessary effort. Georgia ranks #1 for maternal mortality, wealth inequity, and prison population per capita. The time for reproductive freedom is long overdue. Fulton County has an opportunity to be the first in the state to provide vital resources for reproductive health care. Our congregations and faith communities will make every effort to create a safe, healthy, and sustainable Georgia where everyone has what they need to thrive. The second public comment is by Linda Nash, CEO, Homeowners Legal Rights. Because the executive branch of government is required to maintain and safeguard the land records, shouldn't be the Sheriff's Department's examine the land records very closely to ensure that they are not assisting everyone in an eviction that has unlawfully claimed the home and land. Otherwise, the Sheriff's Department is assisting in the unlawful home invasion and seizure of property at gunpoint. This would not be a justified violation of their oath of office, but also a violation of citizens' protected civil rights. This may be the only way the good citizens of Georgia have to protect themselves against illegal foreclosures and theft of their property, as Georgia is the title theory state that allows non-judicial foreclosures. This concludes the email comments.
No further items.
No further items to come before us. We are adjourned.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.